How is the audio, everybody? I'm getting the same suggestion again. From YouTube that's saying, like, the bitrate is lower than ever. And it's like, why? And also, yes, thank you, Plush. I changed up the background to fit the aesthetic of Halloween. To be fair, I wanted to go for a darker color. But unfortunately, it would've, if I tried to do that, the background would have just been a pure orange. And it's like, nah, we still need the soft aesthetic, so. Anyway, you might notice that, so this track that's currently playing, this is from the Great Ace Attorney. This is from the second game in the duology. I love this track. Like, legitimately, I love this track. It is so good. Such a haunting melody. And this track is going to be the one that's playing all throughout this month. Anyway, sorry I'm a little bit late, because it is Friday night instead of Sunday. That's usually when, stuff kind of starts happening around 8 o'clock, so it's like, okay, I gotta take care of that before I do this. Anyway, how has everyone been the last few days? I think you can definitely tell just from the quality of my voice that most of my congestion is completely gone. Most of it. I still have, like, traces of it remaining, but not enough to where it was super bad Sunday. Addicted to this audio called Mind Control Made Easier How to Be a Cult Leader. Oh man. Man, why would you want to listen to that? It's like, if you ever want to know, like... Man, if you ever want to know how easy mind control is, it's like, just play Cult of the Lamb. That's super easy. Also, you got suspended from school from what? For what? What did you do? Anyway, you might be hearing my phone go off at some points during the stream. That's because I was talking with my friend a couple hours ago, and we technically hadn't stopped the convo. So if you hear, like, some alarms going off, that's my phone. Especially because, I was gonna say this weekend. Especially because, I actually don't know if I'm gonna have D&D tonight. I had to ask them to be like... I had to ask them to be like, are we doing it tonight? Are we, like, having another session tonight, or is that off? Because I have no idea. But anyway, I honestly feel so... I honestly am vibing to the music that's playing right now. Like, again, I love this track so much. And to think it comes from an Ace Attorney game. And it honestly fits with the Halloween aesthetic. Especially considering that we're going back to the letter tonight. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, for fuck's sake. What? What the hell? No data? What? Are we good? Are we good? Are we okay? We doing all right now? We doing all right now? All right, sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Alright, thank you. I have no idea what happened. Like, I just looked over and it's like, well, there goes my internet. I will admit, I'm glad that it happened now instead of later. Because otherwise, that would have been an issue. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. But hopefully, that's the last time that happens tonight, because it's like, bruh, I need a fucking stream. It was so weird, too, because, like, because I have the YouTube dashboard up, live stream dashboard up, and my viewers kept going up. My viewers kept going up, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So I have no idea what happened. That was kind of scary, not gonna lie. But as I was saying, before everything went to shit, I can't wait till we get to, like, we're gonna be going back into the letter tonight. And we haven't been, and, like, I checked, and the last time I played it was, like, October 29th. I haven't opened it since. Oh. Alright. So, I want to get into it as soon as possible. But I do need to bring up something real quick. God, I love this music. Alright. So obviously, because we are diving back into the letter tonight, and I'm gonna keep the music going up because this does make sense, we must turn on viewer's discretion. So, for those of you who are not aware of the content of the letter, last year we encountered quite a lot of stuff within it, and yet we still haven't encountered everything that there is. So at the beginning of each of these streams, I tend to usually read off a list of the trigger warnings that this game has. So I have a list up here. So please check the description down below for the content warning, and I will read it out. And I will now read it out to you. Due to the nature of this game, here is a condensed list of subject matters that are shown in this game. Graphic depictions of death, violence, torture, and murder. Horror content, such as psychological horror, body horror, gore, jump scares, and disturbing sounds and images. Bigoted language, including racial slurs, sexist and homophobic remarks. Psychological trauma, abuse and sexual assault. Suicide, incest, child death, animal cruelty / death, cannibalism, alcoholism. If at any point you feel uncomfortable watching or you feel the need to stop, click away or stop watching. Your mental health matters, and I want this to be a safe place for viewers, even if you need to step away. And I say this with the utmost respect. Please take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. And I shall be extending the same courtesy to myself as well. And we will be reading that out at the beginning of each of these streams before we start the game. So with that said, let's head back into the Ermengarde mansion of the letter. Say goodbye to Firefox, everyone. Steam, I just updated you yesterday. Like, not even yesterday. This morning. I updated you this morning. What the hell? And yes, I did remember this time to update Steam before we did anything. Hi. That was the weather. That was loud. Okay. Alright, come on, letter. There you are. Alright, I'm probably gonna need to, Alright. Can't believe we're back here. Again. It has been a long time, hasn't it? So, for those who are not aware of the letter, last year I played this game for Halloween, and this is considered, and this is a visual novel, horror visual novel. And basically, the premise of this is that we have a cast of 7 characters that we all play through in terms of their chapters, and we basically try to find out the curse of the Ermengarde mansion, because we have been cursed. And granted, we did not find out a lot about what happened last year, because a lot of I don't know how else to put this. All we know for sure is that there is a creepy-ass ghost girl following us around, trying to kill us, and actually succeeding at that 3 times. And just when we thought that all was said and done, turns out we didn't really solve anything. So now we're back, and basically what we're going to do this time around is we're basically just going to go for the choices I didn't go for last time. And here, just so you guys know, yeah, so we got up to the 8th page. Like, there's like 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, we went through a lot. But yeah, so, and these are all the achievements. We got 33 out of 170 something. Not 33. We got like 33%. That's what I meant. So yeah, there is a lot here. And then of course we have the gallery. I knew we should have left that darn building. Who knows, maybe we'll be able to get Rebecca alive this chapter, who knows. But yeah, so lots of stuff. Lots of stuff. But yeah, these are the memory fragments we uncovered. Like, we got this, I think we got this one from Rebecca's death. And we got this one from Ashton's death. And then, of course, we got the epilogue. Alright. So, I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna start a new game, because this is technically a new run. Now, I believe if I remember right, let me check the options real quick. Oh yeah, we have... Ah! Okay, yeah, we have on easy difficulty because we're bitches. Alright, so thankfully, because we did go through this game once, whatever text that we have already read last year, we'll be able to skip it. So, are we ready to get back into the letter? New game. That's new. Well, wait a minute, is it? Alright. Prologue. I will read this out, though, because it has been a year, so I think we deserve a little bit of a refresher on what has happened. So, alright. The Ermengarde Mansion. It was built for Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde of Luxbourne, humble ambassadors of peace and beloved by their people. Both were well known for their compassion and generosity, never failing to extend a helping hand to anyone in need. Under their influence and wealth, what was once a small, sleepy village grew to a prosperous and bustling town. However, the seasons of joy eventually ended when the good nobles perished at the hands of a great plague. Their riches and legacy were henceforth passed on to their only child, Lady Charlotte Ermengarde. The mansion has stood since the 1620s, a witness to a very long history of joy and pain. After Lady Charlotte committed suicide, the great house was eventually left uninhabited. And that is when it began. Surrounding villagers spoke of seeing and hearing unearthly things, of cries and howls that filled the nights, and hearsay of a mysterious woman roaming the hallowed hollowed halls aimlessly. People who dared enter its walls were simply never heard from again. Even after 400 years, these stories remain, much like the house itself. Whispers about the once great house, its legend and its curse, still fall upon the villagers' ears. In spite of this, the current owners are convinced that these stories are nothing more than a hoax. With little regard for the truth, they had Briar Realty Corporation place the property back on sale. Like Pandora's box, the secrets that lie inside await to be discovered by brave souls. No matter what happens, take care not to be consumed by the curse. Good luck. Isabella. Alright.
Hello? Isabella? Are you there?
Wait, why did we get new...
Where are you?
Oh, that's interesting. Alright. Let's see, so we should... Let's see. Ah, it does have my thing. Cute. Alright. Alright, so that's good. So thankfully, we can refer to this... Alright, so thankfully, we can refer to this branching tree in terms of what choices we made. So that's good. And obviously we're coming up on our first choice here, so... Alright, let me see. How do I skip? Let me see. Ah, tab is skip. Okay. That is a fast skip. Alright, so according to the branching tree, we went with I eat other things too, so let's see, how is our relationship going? You know what I mean. So yeah, another neat thing about this game too is that it has a relationship tree. And for the most part, we did our best to keep relationships high, but even then that wasn't enough, so... Alright, so obviously, as I said before, we're going with choices that we didn't make the first time around, so... Alright. I press my lips together and roll my eyes at her. I'm not entirely sure how I should feel whenever she goes on her mother hen mode. She means well. I'm glad someone's looking out for me, especially with my family living on the other side of the globe. But Becca's bossy attitude can be such a pain at times. She's more overbearing than Mama, and that already says a lot.
You're not my mom. I didn't say I am. Nope, but you're acting like one. You don't need to boss me around all the time.
How is the audio, by the way? Are the voices a little too loud? Because I'm looking at my mixer there, and it's like, Jesus. She gives me a completely unimpressed look. Immediately, I brace myself for another round of reprimands from her.
I'm not bossing you around. I'm just telling you to at least mind what you're eating. Remember what happened last year? You ended up bedridden for 2 weeks after eating something bad, and I ended up having to listen to you cry about how those absences would take a huge chunk out of your paycheck. Do you want that to happen again? No, Mom.
Only a loud, frustrated sigh comes from her. Only a loud, frustrated sigh comes from her while she pinches the bridge of her nose, likely to help ease a headache starting to form. I bite my lip to keep myself from laughing out loud at the image she makes, expecting her to say more. But when, at last, she looks up, she's simply carrying a resigned expression on her face.
I'm serious. Not my mom, Rebecca. Maria Isabella Grace.
I shut my mouth after that. Although I know she's not really angry, I don't want to push it. An angry Becca isn't someone I'd like to cross paths with in my lifetime. I've seen it happen, and it wasn't pretty.
Yeah, I'll stop.
I grumble, but she doesn't seem to care much, only giving me a small acknowledging nod.
Good. Look, if you need anything, tell me and I'll help in any way I can.
Is there a way I can tell, like, what text I have and haven't skipped? I haven't read.
You don't have to do this alone.
Thanks, Becca. I really appreciate it, but you don't need to keep babying me. You've been taking care of me since after I moved here. You have to take a break sometime. And before you ask again, no. You know I'm not a fan of borrowing money. And I'm not going to ask you to give me what you earned hard for yourself.
You and your pride. But suit yourself. The offer stays on the table, though.
I nod in response, if only to get her to drop the topic. But I'm pretty certain I'll never take that offer. Ever. It has nothing to do with pride. I've simply seen plenty of times how friendships can take a turn for the worse, just because of a few unpaid debts. I don't want something like that to happen between me and Becca. We may argue about a lot of small petty things, but she already feels like a real sister to me. I don't want to lose that friendship over something so trivial. Ah, okay. Good to know. Just gotta keep going. God, this skip is amazing. Holy shit. Man, we just... fucking hell. Hello? Oh, the timeline. Let me see. Alright. Alright, what choice did I make here? Be brave and look up. Okay, so... Oh, we gotta close our eyes and pray, everybody! Alright. I shut my eyes tight, muttering fervent prayers under my breath.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Prayers taught to me as a child by my mama and my papa slip out endlessly through my teeth. Because God, oh God, if you have to listen to any of my prayers, please listen to this one. And if God doesn't listen, at least I won't see the thing that kills me. A cold comfort. I wait. And I wait some more. But when nothing happens, I dare to take a peek. Get ready for a jump scare, because I think this might be one. Oh. Only to find that the ghost, the thing, whatever it is, gone. Ah! Relief washes over me as I shakily get up to my feet and back away towards the door. Oh wow, that's really different, because I remember in the first run of this, we decided to be brave and look up, and we had a concussion. Wrenching it open, I slip out without a second thought and make a run for it, down the stairs and onto the hallway. I take a look back to make sure it isn't behind me. Any other person might have stopped, dismissed it as a trick of the light and an overactive imagination. But I'm not taking any chances. I'm not giving that thing another chance to catch me off guard. I don't think I'll ever feel safe until I get out of here. Whatever that is, every warning bell in my mind is telling me that it's going to jump out at any moment and get me while I'm still in this place.
I told them! I freaking told them! Oh man, oh man, oh man!
Racing down the stairs, a breathy laugh escapes me and... Oh, okay, I think we... So this is more... More skipping. Is this new? A buzz breaks the silence. I start to rouse, pulled into consciousness against my own will. I've never felt this tired before. Oh, we did read this. Okay, good to know. Alright. So that was a little different. We didn't actually encounter the ghost this time. And we actually avoided a QTE event. Interesting. Alright, so... Check with our supervisor, so...
We're sorry, ma'am. We don't really know what's going on here.
Oof. We're just fucking up all over the place here.
If it's okay, maybe we can...
Aren't you the ones in charge here? How can you not know what's going on here?
Oh, that mic quality.
You see, Miss McCullough, right now, the house is...
Amazing how she can keep her voice level, yet still convey utter displeasure with it. I've dealt with people acting the opposite before, and if I were to choose, it's much easier to handle clients who talk your ear off when angry. People like her are the hardest to read. Beside me, I shoot Rose a pleading look. She returns it with a glare before taking the reins from me and attempting to smooth out the situation. There's a promise in it that we'll be talking about this later. I'm not looking forward to that at all. What can I do? She can deal with this better than me. Who knows what might come out of my mouth if I handle this on my own?
We're really sorry, ma'am. My partner's probably still a bit winded from her fall.
If she's unwell, then she shouldn't be working here right now.
She raises a hand to rub the side of her temple as if to stave off the beginnings of a headache.
Never mind that. I just want to know what's going on here. I thought my client already owns this house and my services are needed.
That's not what the subtitle says. I was led to believe that this house had already been bought by my client and my services are needed for the house's interior design. Why did... Wait. What the fuck? What? Okay.
Perhaps there's been a confusion then. We haven't heard anything from our supervisors regarding a closed deal for this property yet. In fact, today's only the first day of our open house. If you wish, we can call them and confirm for you.
That wouldn't be necessary, but thank you for being direct with me, Miss Cooper. I already thought something was a little odd earlier. If you'll excuse me, I need to talk to my secretary.
With a slight wave of her hand, she leaves us. Okay. Skip interrupted, new unread text found, thank you. Sorry, I can't tell! That seems to be the end of it. Both Rose and I breathe a sigh of relief. Disaster averted. Still, I've already prepared myself to dial the number to our Luxbourne office and check, even if she didn't ask for it. I'll be very frustrated if, for some reason, something has already been decided without my or Rose's knowledge. That's a whole new level of unfair. We've been working hard on this. Moments later, Miss McCullough returns, looking a little frustrated but with an apology clear in her face. Sorry, that's our dog going crazy. I feel a little sorry for her having to go through all this trouble.
There seems to have been a little misunderstanding with my client. If you'll allow it, I'd like to stay and wait for them here. I was informed they'll be dropping by for the open house today. I figured it'd be a waste to just leave after that long drive. I might as well meet him here.
Certainly. You could stay at the parlor in the meantime, ma'am. I'm sure it won't be long before our guests arrive. And, Isabella, I left a few documents in my car. You know where I keep those.
In the car. In the car.
Can you please get it for me?
Rose takes a glance at her wristwatch before tossing me a set of keys.
And hurry! We've still got a few minutes to double check those papers.
Okay, got it.
The two of them disappear behind the parlor's door. So this is new. I think this is new, actually. Rose Cooper, along with a woman who introduced herself as Marianne McCullough, found Isabella Santos lying unconscious in the mansion's foyer before the open house's start. Unable to recall what happened prior, Isabella insisted on working despite her co-agent's worries about her well-being. Okay, that's not new. Their departure brings with it a stillness to keep me company, neither welcoming nor comforting. Alone, like this, it's impossible not to think of what really happened. I wish the memory isn't as elusive as it normally is. Then again, Rose already said she didn't receive any calls from me. Was it just paranoia? A temporary lapse after having heard all those tales about this place? Probably. I want to think of it as such. Better to think of it as such, so I can work in peace. Except a small part of my mind begins to differ. And if I'm going to be completely honest with myself, I want nothing more than to leave this place as soon as possible. I don't know what's in this house, and I don't want to know. The keys Rose have just handed me... Wait a minute. The keys Rose have just handed me dig into my palm. Its jagged edges creating shallow ridges on my skin from how hard I'm clutching it. It's a reminder of what I still need to do, and why I've taken this job in the first place. Hugging my blazer closer to my body, I exit the house to get what Rose has asked of me. Just a few more hours, Isabella. Sell the house, get the money. Alright. And that is new. New, sorry, that's...
Mom, you haven't finalized anything with an agent yet.
Oh, this is new. Hello? Today marked the save. Luke and Hannah Wright.
I would really advise against making plans this early when...
Never mind that. It isn't going to be a problem. We've got a wonderful legal team to handle everything. Start taking notes, though. I think I've got a few things I want changed before we move in.
The rest of their conversation gets lost in the chatter of our companions. Alright, so that's not new. Good to know. Oh. Here we go. I can't help but send an imploring look at Miss McCullough, who only looks away with a sigh.
Yeah. I can give you a fact sheet and a form to fill out.
She wastes no time in taking the papers from my hand and shuffles through the bunch. Oh man, Rose is going to be so angry at me for letting her do that. Is this new? Nope. It's so hard to tell what isn't new, you know? This letter and those blood-soaked limbs in the attic. It's real.
The letter. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
Careless. I've been so careless. How do I even tell them that without looking like I've gone mad? Is this new? No. Actually, is it? Should I even tell them? Let me see. So what did we choose here? We chose don't show. So we gotta show the letter. Oh, Christ. This is not gonna go well. Goodbye, Rose. Hello? God, we're fucking up with Marianne so much. I blurted out before I could think twice about what I'm going to say.
Rose, we need to get out of here. This place is cursed.
Oof. Rose casts a nervous glance at the people in the room. Most are still engaged in a conversation with their peers, but those curious enough to turn their heads in our group's direction have been given her trademark saleswoman smile. A tight expression is on her face when she pulls me aside.
Isabella, we've already had a conversation about this weeks ago. Those are just stories.
And I'm telling you that it's not. I saw something in there. It's not human at all. I thought it was just nothing, but isn't this letter proof enough?
She gently reaches out to pluck the paper out of my hand. Without even taking a glance at it, she folds it back neatly.
Look, I'm really getting worried about you. I know you want to see this open house through, but your condition is more important. Give me a few minutes to wrap things up here, and I'll drive you to the nearest hospital.
No! You don't understand! There isn't a condition, Rose. No concussion at all. I'm fine. But this place isn't, and you're being stubborn about it.
Before Rose could open her mouth for a retort, a hand lands on both our shoulders, pulling the two of us a distance closer.
Now, ladies, what seems to be the problem here?
Can you not be touchy with us, please?
Nothing, sir. I just had to clarify a few things with my colleague.
Well, it certainly seems intense. A smile fits the two of you better, in my opinion.
Ugh. Am I the only one who got just like that wave of disgust over that?
Especially darling little Lily here.
Ew! Ew! Don't call me that! Don't ever call me that! He gives my shoulder a gentle squeeze, while an inscrutable smile spreads across his face. Ew!
It's Isabella, sir.
Yeah, please don't refer to her with nicknames. Like, I know that's his thing, but it's like, ugh, I don't remember that in this path.
Of course. But my point still stands. And with two beautiful ladies here, I'm sure.
You're married, sir.
And I'm sure little Lily here would certainly appreciate it if you remove your pretty hands from her, darling.
Thank you, Hannah. God, why is Hannah continuously the best wife? The pressure on my shoulder lifts as soon as those words leave his wife's lips, while the scowl on her face is like a splash of cold water on me. It's also impossible to miss the displeased frown on Miss McCullough's face. The realization that we might lose this sale because of my outburst instantly dawns on me. Rose will be beyond pissed.
I think I need to step out for a while. I'll be back.
Bowing my head, I mutter a quick apology and gather my stuff to make a quick exit. It doesn't matter if this place is haunted or not. I've caused trouble, and Rose can be quite unforgiving of behavior like this. I'm almost at the door when she catches up to me. Is this new? Yeah, nope. Just gotta skip through everything. This copyright-free music. Mom Hannah, in particular, didn't look too pleased with what I did. I owe Rose a big apology. I hope she likes free donuts.
You don't seem too happy about it.
I am happy. Doesn't this look like a happy face to you?
Really? And here I was thinking you found another one stuffed in the sofa. Or is it the wardrobe this time?
He meant that as a joke, but how close it is to the truth made my blood run cold and my own heart beat a heavy weight in my chest. All at once, the letter in my bag feels a whole lot heavier, burdened by my own guilt and apprehension.
Yeah, well, things happened. Stuff the right couple might not be pleased about. No need to make a fuss about it. It's normal in the business.
You made them angry?
Not angry, just stuff happened.
Like?
Things.
Did they do anything? Your clients, the Wrights, was it?
Yeah, because I remember last year Ash was investigating into Luke and Hannah, specifically Luke, because of shady business, so he's like trying to pump her for information. I can't answer that. At least, not without revealing everything that took place in the attic. Is this a new choice? Hello? Ah, okay. So this is not a new choice. I just don't remember it. So we said to change the subject, but we're just gonna lie to him. We're just fucking up. We're just fucking up with everybody. Alright, I turned my eyes back to the passing view outside. Maybe if I remain quiet long enough, he'll get a hint.
Seriously, what happened?
You're already assuming something happened.
I'm not. It's what you said earlier, and that's why I'm asking. What did they do?
They didn't do anything, all right? It's nothing. Work's just been stressful. My boss has been in a bad mood lately over a lost sale. Preparing everything for the open house has been tiring. And then there's the tour. You've seen how big the place is.
I wish he'd just drop the subject and be done with it. It's not like he'd do something if I tell him. Outside, the sun has already started its descent, casting a vibrant orange glow on the tall buildings. I wonder how long before we reach the movie house. Zach's been pretty excited about his movie. I'd hate to ruin that for him. But right now, I just want the day to be over.
Just so you know, people we interrogate often avoid our eyes when they're hiding something.
I'm not hiding anything!
I didn't say you were.
Then why are you still asking about it?
Your face is a lot more expressive than you think.
Can you please just drop it?
My voice comes out harsher than I've intended, and I immediately regret having taken that tone on with him. As one would expect, Ash is taken aback, but recovers quickly. An uncomfortable silence settles in the air, while I find myself wishing I hadn't snapped at him like that. Stupid, stupid, stupid Isabella! It's the first time in months you get to spend time with your friends and you're already messing things up.
Sorry. I didn't mean to yell.
He responds with nothing more than a nod, and I take that as his way of dropping the topic. For now. If the way his jaw tightens is a sign of what he still thinks about the matter. I just hope I can give him a proper answer next time. Time passes quickly between us in this manner, and before I know it, we're already at the movie house. Alright. Just gonna skip. Gonna skip, gonna skip, gonna skip, skip. Just gotta skip through everything. Alright, so we decided to stay for the movie last time. Let's go home. Just gotta fuck up on everything. Wow, that's so fucked up. So we ruin our relationship with Zach and Ash, but we give it up with Becca. What the fuck? I know I'm being selfish, but if I stay, I'll only get in the way. I can't look Zach in the eye when my excuses come tumbling out of my mouth.
I'm sorry. Today's not a good day for a movie night out. I think I'll pass. Enjoy, you guys.
Isabella, wait!
I love how she says that. Bitch, I saw that relationship tree. Yours went up. I leave without another word. One step after another, as fast as my own 2 feet can take me away from them. Becca calls after me again. Zach and Ash do too, but their voices become lost in the hustle and bustle of the afternoon crowd. It's strange to walk home like this, to bump shoulders with people you don't know. I felt the same way years ago, fresh off the boat in a foreign land, with no one else to depend on. I won't deny that I was nervous. Now, well, it's not every day that you get into an argument with your friends. Not every day that they won't believe you, even if you're telling the truth. It feels like a betrayal of sorts. Oh my god. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear that. My dad must be watching something on TV because his volume is turned the fuck up. You can hear that through the floor. It feels like a betrayal of sorts. It leaves you hollow. And in this faceless city, it's impossible not to feel alone after. So this is completely new. Here we go. So this is a completely new entry. Luxborn Independent Film and Theater Festival celebrated its ninth year discovering new creative talents in the film industry. Included in the few showcased this year was Zachary Steele's Bleu... Fuck, I hate this cursive. Bleu Foncé? Dark Times of the Black British. Isabella Santos, Ashton Frey, and Rebecca Gales were also seen amongst the crowd for its premiere. Okay. The sun has already set by the time I reach the comfort of my own home. On my phone, there are 4 messages waiting to be read. 3 from Zach and a lone voicemail from Ash. Becca will probably drop by later to check on me, to say the same things these messages likely contain. Yet I can't bring myself to open or listen to any of them, much less look forward to anyone's visit. So, without taking another glance at it, I slide my phone back to my bag and flop down on my bed, allowing the heavy feeling in my chest to finally pull me into an uneasy sleep. Perhaps tomorrow would be better. Oh. Is this new? The darkness closes around me. Okay, it's not new. Okay. You gotta love the skip button, my guys. Oh, hello. Hello. Let me see. Oh boy, she doesn't look happy. Her lips are twisted in a frown. She doesn't seem particularly happy to see me, and I'm not surprised. Who wouldn't be? I almost created a scene. Mr. Wright, however...
Why, if it isn't the little Lily? I trust you're feeling well now.
Can you stop flirting with me while in the presence of your wife?
It's Isabella, sir, not Lily. I appreciate your concern. I'm feeling better now.
I really don't understand why they can't get my name right. It's a fairly common name. It shouldn't be too hard to remember. Regardless, I hand them their copy of the agreement.
I believe I can take that. Thank you very much.
Dude, she's so mad! With how elegantly she plucks the papers out of my hands, it's easy to think that there isn't any trace of irritation in her. But it is there, radiating in her stiff stance, in the way she's standing at a fair distance from her husband, and how the two look to be ignoring each other. Seeing this scene, it soon becomes clear to me that I'm not the one who has put her in a bad mood. Did they fight? Most probably. I've seen it happen dozens of times with my previous clients. It's a shame, especially with their new mansion. I never did like it when my own mama and papa fight. I hope they'll make up soon. Aw. Apparently satisfied with what she's seen, Ma'am Hannah claps her hands together before extending it to us for a shake. Okay, that's...
Love, servants or not, you're going to make people listen to your input nonetheless.
Let's see, housewarming party. You know how much thought should be put into these things. The servants for that, darling.
No more than a week, ma'am. Barring unexpected delay, of course. You can leave it to us.
Excellent. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. Oh, and before we forget...
She discreetly folds something into both our hands and winks, a finger raised to her lips demanding our silence.
What happened the day before was quite unfortunate, but you did get us what we wanted in the end.
Okay.
That, at the very least, is commendable. But this is... Ma'am, I can't accept this. Don't you worry, darling. It's a small thing coming from us. Consider this your bonus for a job well done.
She smiles sweetly like this is simply the most normal thing to do in the world.
Oh, before I forget, my lovely interior designer would appreciate it if you hand her a copy of the floor plan as soon as possible. She's dying to work on the house.
Alright, I think that's not new. Yep.
I thought for sure you were going to snub us for the better part of the week.
You know I can't stay angry at you guys. I was upset. I still am, but...
I love that. I was upset! Well, I still am, but...
Well, something did happen this morning. Let's order food first, okay?
A waitress comes by to take our order. Is this new? Nope. Anyway, sorry that I am not reading out all the text. It's just like, if you want to know what happened last, if you want to know what the skip I'm if you want to know the text I'm skipping through, just watch last year's streams. Because I want to know what choices are going to happen this time. Let's see. What did we choose this time? My instant noodle days are over. Ooh, so this is going to be a completely new one.
Okay, let me do that again.
I love this. We're just fucking up with the relationships.
We should celebrate because Ashhole is totally missing out on my first treat ever.
I'm sure Ash has his reasons.
He hasn't even apologized for calling me a scaredy cat yesterday.
A half-hearted complaint without any meaning to it. Done more out of habit than with any real malice or hatred to it. After all the times he's called me a scaredy cat, the word itself has completely lost its meaning. Imagine that! There's disappointment, of course, in knowing he's off who knows where, while we're having fun here. Sheesh. Don't just disappear off the face of the planet without telling anyone.
You aren't really upset about that, are you?
Yes!
No, not really. But it's his loss for missing this once-in-a-century event.
He did seem to be in a hurry when we parted last night after the movie. Said he got a big lead on his case.
We never had the chance to talk much yesterday. But you know how he is about his work. Everything except his unholy love for bad puns is a secret.
He never mentioned those to me.
I ain't surprised. He's more tight-lipped with this one. Something about it being bigger than what they usually let him handle.
Don't worry, Becca. I'll make him talk.
It's not necessary. He'll talk when he wants. And if what Zach says is true, it's better if we keep our noses out of this. His job isn't exactly a walk in the park. We'll only get in the way if we pester him about it.
Well, he better treat us to something other than ice cream once he solves that one. That's Scrooge.
But that's not really why you asked us out, right?
She gestures at her food with her hand, as though it's something she's not willing to touch until I give her answers.
I promised I'd treat you to a free lunch if the mansion got sold, yeah?
Is this new? No. Okay. I keep saying, is this new? No. Yes, it is. Okay, let me check. Let's see. Understanding dawns on her face. The bewildered look she's been sporting changes into something close to delight.
You should have just told us. No need for all this fancy, secrety stuff.
It was supposed to be a surprise. I made a promise, didn't I?
I wasn't expecting you'd really do it.
Well, it's already here. If you don't want to eat it, I'll just...
I began to gather their plates to my side, the food in each still untouched. A laugh almost escapes my mouth with the way Zach's expression quickly changes to disappointment. Becca's hand interrupts me just as I'm about to pull her plate closer to me.
No, please leave it, ma'am. We're simply humbled by your utmost generosity. Considering you're as much of a Scrooge as Ashton.
Don't compare me to him. He's the one who looks like he's about to have an episode whenever he has to spend more than £5.
I honestly wish there's a way for you to see the look on your face when you haggle. Remind me to record it once. I think it's something like this.
She puffs her cheeks and furrows her eyebrows in an imitation of how I supposedly appear. I don't look like that at all! Do I? She drops the act at the flat look I shoot her. Her laughter dies, but the playful gleam in her eyes remains.
This means you're gonna be okay now, yeah?
For a while. It just means we won't have to worry about paying for the treatment and the bills. But that's all that matters, right? I mean, we're not yet sure if the new medication will produce better results, but Mama and the doctor said Papa's responding well to the treatment. That's one reason to be hopeful. And with the money, I'm sure it's just a matter of time.
Saying it this way sounds as if I'm trying to convince myself. Oof. But no matter what, I allow myself to smile, genuine and uninhibited. It's strange talking about this with other people, even those who have known you long enough. But today, things simply feel a whole lot lighter with them here. Lunch passes in an enjoyable fashion. Oh, hello. The abrupt break in the silence nearly makes me jump out of my skin. Oh, wow, look at that. Frowning, I take a quick look at the clock on my bedside table. It's late. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. No one usually visits me around this hour, except maybe for...
Isabella? Are you in there?
Her tone is tentative, unsure, testing whether I'll respond or not. Any other day, she'll just enter the room after one knock. Today I think she's trying to be considerate. She knows I'm in here, and she can easily go inside since I've given her a copy of my key years ago. Purely on her insistence, of course, after she saw the state of my room. In her own words, like a hurricane passed through the place. Ever since, she'll drop by from time to time, either to share whatever she dished up or help me clean. She knocks again, louder this time, albeit the kind with less urgency. I take that as my cue to answer the door.
Hey.
Hey there. Mind if I come in?
She holds out a paper bag to me. From inside, a savory aroma wafts into the air, making my stomach rumble rather loudly. Becca shoots me a knowing smile before she walks into my apartment like she owns the place.
I knew you missed dinner. I picked this up on my way home. Thought you'd like one too. And why is it so dark in here? Were you sleeping when I knocked?
I move to turn on the lights myself before she stretches her hand out for the switch.
Not really. I was just thinking.
About? Did you rearrange things again? Where are the plates?
Stuff. The cupboard to your right, top shelf.
Only the clinking of silverware could be heard as a hush fills the room. A sound both familiar and awkward. I can easily answer her previous question to cover for the lack of talk. But from her hurried movements and hesitant tone, I know she'll bring it up sooner. The food is just a ruse to get me to open my mouth. I'm unsure if I should be happy or mad that I have someone like Becca who knows me so well. Minutes later, she's pushing a plate into my hands and settles on the sofa opposite my seat at the edge of the bed. She sticks a fork in her own dish, yet doesn't go beyond shoving the meat and peas around on her plate. She would have scolded me by now if I did the same in front of her. Shrugging, I look down at my own food and...
It's pork? Are you sure you want to eat this?
Don't look at me like I'm feeding you poisonous stuff.
I know, but pork? You hate pork.
I don't hate it. I just don't like eating it on a regular basis. I can always burn it off with a few hours of jogging. Why are you being picky about this? You're the one who doesn't even gain weight no matter how much or whatever you eat.
I was just asking. You threw a fit when I used pork in your stovies that one time.
It wasn't a good day to eat that? And what about you? You don't seem to be having a good day either. This afternoon?
I'm trying to think. Would this have been before or after, like... Not before or after. Would this have been during the thing in which, Isabella, like, went with either Ash or Zach's suggestion when it came to, going to the priest or the professor? She opens the subject with the same finesse a bulldozer has. I might have laughed if we were talking about something else. I'm almost impressed. She used to complain about my own tendency to do that. In the end, Becca simply gives up any pretense of eating and sets her own plate on the side table. She leans forward in her seat, clasping her hands together in her lap as her expression grows serious. It reminds me of that one time I got sent to the principal's office. I can neither recall when or why. The memory's vague now, considering the year since. But I remember squirming in my seat a lot, the agonizing weight, and the intense desire to leave the room.
Belle, Isabella, what happened?
I spear a piece of meat to pop it into my mouth. It's good, but the taste doesn't really register. A shame. Becca, sharp as ever, is quick to pick up on this and pushes through with her questions, foregoing her place on the couch to sit beside me. So this is definitely different. Like, Becca did not do this at all. Not that the concern is unwelcome. Quite the opposite, actually. Except the expectation that we'd fall into the same cyclical argument as there.
About yesterday, during Zach's movie, things didn't end well, and I guess... No, let me rephrase that. I just want to say I'm sorry. We're sorry. We were pretty harsh.
Thank you! Oh, this is a new... Ooh! This is a new choice. Although I'm still upset about it, Becca seems sincere with her apology. So this is a new choice. I was telling the truth, what's the point? Well... I need to fix something here.
I was telling the truth.
Oh, thank God. Okay. What is it that people often say? Words lose their meaning when you keep repeating them? And they do. My voice comes out as a whisper, an earnest plea. But its meaning rings hollow even to my own ears. How long are they going to keep asking me the same thing? How many times do I have to tell them that... How many times do I have to tell them what I've seen before they believe me?
Is this it?
Becca picks up the letter from the table, and for the first time since this exchange started, I look up from my food. She inspects it in the same manner one does with something fragile, holding it with all the care in the world. Her stare lingers on the message printed on it. Something pensive sets in her face as she reads the lines over and over again. I want to stop her, take the paper away from her hands, hide it. But it's too late now, isn't it? It dawns on me now that maybe yesterday's argument was also my fault. Because more than wanting them to believe me, I'm also running away from the guilt. From the idea that I've put my own friends in danger. And I'm afraid to do anything about it. I'm a coward.
Sorry, I wasn't able to get a good look at it when Ash was holding it yesterday.
It isn't like it'll make a difference.
Where did you even buy this?
In the mansion's attic!
The attic.
Attic where? The mansion? You know, this might have a historical significance.
I'm actually surprised by this, because it's like, I remember last year just getting so fucking frustrated with how Zach, Becca, and Ashton were just treating Isabella's fears. Now, granted, Zach did play along with it, and eventually began to believe in what was happening himself after it started happening to him. But Becca and Ash were just getting on my fucking nerves with it. So the fact that this time around, you know, Becca's actually, like, trying to be a little more understanding of Isabella's fears, it's like, wow, you're actually making me like you a whole lot better than you were last time.
I doubt it. It was on the floor when I saw it.
So a prank, then?
It's not a prank! That's the same thing I was telling you yesterday!
Then tell me what happened. I can't understand where you're coming from if you keep giving me short-clipped answers.
And there it goes again. Okay.
Please?
I fall silent. Becca's far from a person who will believe in such things, yet...
You really want to hear it?
She nods. I tell her everything, from the moment I arrived at the mansion, my search for Rose, and what I saw. True to her words, she listens. Not in the same way a person hangs on to a storyteller's every word as if it's the only truth in the world, but in a manner a person who has simply offered to lend an ear to someone who needs it does. No personal opinions, no long arguments whether it's the truth or not, just her undivided attention. And it's pleasant. To be heard, that is. Exactly! Yes! Yes! Oh my god, you mean to tell me we could have just done this last year and we would have saved ourselves a whole lot of headache? Oh my god!
Is it the same? This afternoon? When you... I've never heard you scream like that.
She was there.
She? Who is she?
I don't know her name.
I'm missing a lot of things here, Belle.
Well, actually, we technically do know her name. What don't we? Takako. But to be fair, there was a lot of shit happening that I couldn't quite explain. So I have no idea if that really was her or if that was Charlotte.
Her! The ghost! She's just there, standing, calling for me.
On the streets? I don't...
On the window! Becca, it's her face when she looks at me. It's here, stuck in my head. I can't shake it off. There are voices. Shadows asking for help. I don't know how. I don't know what she wants from me. Lord, I don't even know how to help myself right now.
My hands begin to shake. Balling them into fists is all I can do to keep them from moving. She may not be here. I may not be seeing her misshapen face smiling at me, but the dread remains. I don't want to be by myself. I don't want to be left alone with these haunting images again.
I'm sorry. I didn't know this has been bothering you like this.
Oh my god, you're being such a better friend to me this time around than you were last year.
Why are you apologizing?
Look at you. This isn't the Isabella I know. Any other day you'd bounce back. You got what you wanted today. Your dad's gonna be okay. And yet here you are.
That's a typo right there. That should be what?
Zach can tell. I'm sure Ash can as well. I'm probably the only one thinking of selfish reasons the day before.
Where exactly is this coming from, Becca?
I don't think she means to say that one out loud, judging by how quick her head snaps up at my question.
Certain things.
Oh?
It's nothing. Don't get worked up about it.
Yeah, because I clocked it pretty early on that, yeah, Becca had feelings for Ash, and she was jealous that Ash was dropping everything to go comfort Isabella. And that's, yeah, because I remember that choice where, like, you get to choose whether or not you go to the movies or not. If you choose to stay at the movies, Ash and Zach's relationship values go up, but Becca's goes down.
Anyhow, I should go. Try not to think about it, alright? You need your rest, and I've got papers to check and lesson plans to review for this week's class.
Where's the subtitle for that?
I'll be next door if you need me.
My hands move out automatically to grab the back of her shirt before she can take a single step away. I have no idea what came over me. Her apartment's next door. I can easily bother her if I need something. She said so herself. However, my trembling hands refuse to budge. I don't want to be alone.
Do you want me to stay?
Can you? Just until I fall asleep?
What are you, 5?
Please. I really, absolutely don't want to be left alone right now. I tried to sleep earlier. Last night, too. I thought a shower would help today, but it's still in my head.
What am I going to do with you?
I smile. Aw, that's sweet. Thanks, Becca. I'm glad you're here.
You are such a big baby.
Aw. I like this. Man, we're fucking up everybody else's relationship with Becca's right now. You know what? Lesbians all the way.
Move over. I know how we'll fix this.
Wait, what? She motions for me to scoot, and I do so, though not without a scoff. Typical Becca. A teacher through and through, regardless of where she is. Then, without notice, she pulls my head to her lap. Aw, that's so sweet. Slumber party! Oh, that's so sweet. Damn it. How do I want to get to the... I wanted to get to the achievement. I freeze. Oh, this music!
What are you doing?
Singing you to sleep like the big baby you are. I may not be as good a singer as you are, but I can handle a few tunes.
Stop treating me like a kid. This is completely unnecessary.
This is so sweet, what the heck? I make an attempt to straighten up, but Becca's persistent. Gently, she pushes my head back down. Unrelated, this is gay as fuck.
I'm kidding. Didn't you say this is how your mom used to lull you to sleep? I just thought you could use something familiar to you.
What?
You're not my mom.
It may sound like a complaint, but we both know the statement has no ill will attached to it.
How are they back home? You said they called?
Good. From what Mama told me, EJ won a medal.
Who's EJ again?
The youngest. A bit chubby on the cheeks. I showed you a picture of him once. You said he looks a little like me, especially around the eyes.
Yeah, I want this to happen to me too. I'm very touch-starved. This is so sweet. This is so cute. Where... I wanted to see this last year. I wanted to see this between these two. God damn, can we get a lesbian route in this game? She's quiet as I talk, interrupting only to ask a question if there's something she doesn't understand. I tell her of my 4 younger siblings, little troublemakers, all of them, and of my no-good elder brother, who almost landed himself in jail a month ago, of my sister who had to move away recently to run from her ever-increasing debts. It's the same old story she heard countless of times. Yet every time she asks, every time it's brought up, she listens tirelessly. Becca may not believe me about the ghost. She may have just been listening to help keep my fears at bay. But for now, I'm content. Sleep comes easier tonight. That was so gay. Oh, so this is completely new. Concerned for her friend, Rebecca Gales visited Isabella's apartment. The two had a heart-to-heart talk as the latter recounted everything that happened during the open house. At her request, Rebecca stayed for the night to watch over her. You ever have the... I have, actually. I don't do it, though, because a lot of the times, I know I'm gonna bust my ankles. And for the first time in a long time, I dream. Of clear skies, of unrestrained laughter from children playing in the streets, and of small, cramped dwellings. To an outsider, the sight doesn't paint a pretty picture. However, this is home to me. Morning dawns bright and clear the following day. Okay, so this is still new. Although the air still feels muggy and I miss the chilly autumn weather, it's one of those rare weekends when I allow myself to sleep in for the sake of sleeping in. The clock is flashing 9 o'clock a.m. when I open my eyes. Becca's already gone, likely to the library. She has a habit of keeping herself busy even on a weekend. She did leave a note on my fridge, reminding me to eat, along with a plate of breakfast on the counter. Oof. Listen, if it helps you feel any better, I have fallen up the stairs at least 2 or 3 times in my life. Really? She gets angry when I call her mom, but then she goes ahead and does things like this. I flop back lazily in my bed. From my window, I can hear the world beginning to stir. I should too. There's still papers to organize, documents to sign and hand over tomorrow. Yet, just staring at a gloomy white ceiling like this, waking up alone, it's easy to be filled with the irrational fear to need to go back to sleep. But I've got calls to make, people to check on, and good news to deliver. Excuse me. Blindly, I fumble for my phone on the nightstand and dial the number I've been itching to call since yesterday. It rings for a good while. I can already imagine Mama's startled face. She's probably cooking something for dinner right now. Knowing her, she'll turn off the stove first, like she'll always remind me. Wash her hands and wipe them thoroughly on her apron before picking up the phone. Small, striking habits. I didn't know I'd miss until I've stopped seeing them.
Hello? Santos residence?
Mama, how are you?
The usual pleasantries. Questions about how they're doing, how life's going on back home. Bits and pieces, although small, helps form a vague picture of things I've missed in my mind. EJ's excited voice resounds from the other end and I smile to myself.
What about you? Are you eating well?
You asked that a few days ago, but yeah. And, Mama, I've got something to tell you.
Oh no, you're not pregnant, are you?
Jesus!
What? Mama, stop making jokes like that.
Oh my god.
This is a serious question, Grace. I've been looking at your face nook.
Face nook!
Who is this Ashton? Are you pregnant?
Who? Ash? No. Oh, good heavens. It isn't like that. We aren't like that. No one's pregnant, Mama.
Well then stop stalling. You're making me nervous, Grace.
I love how the mom is just like, did this boy get you pregnant, Isabella? It's like, no! So very like Mama to jump to conclusions like that. And against my better judgment, I laugh. Light and surprisingly easier now that the heavy weight has lifted. Mama's clicking her tongue on the other end, impatient by the delay. I want to hug her.
Remember the house? We got a buyer yesterday. I'll be able to send a remittance soon.
Even with hundreds of miles separating us right now, the relief, her relief, is palpable. The tired lilt in her voice is still there, but it's fading. Perhaps not now, but maybe in the near future. When Papa's well and distance isn't a problem.
The buyer gave us a bonus, too. I can send that early while we're waiting to finalize things, because that might take a few days. And then there's...
Grace, stop.
Yes, Mama?
It's okay. Keep it to yourself. You don't have to send everything.
Don't worry. I've got enough here. You taught me how to budget properly, didn't you?
Don't you want to buy something for yourself? Or for your friend? Rebecca, was it?
Rebecca will complain, Mama.
Then tell her it's from me, as thanks for taking care of my stubborn daughter.
You both sound so alike. But I will. Thanks, Mama.
The call goes longer than usual, and when we hang up, after goodbyes and I love yous have been said, the day appears brighter in my eyes. There are no half-truths and empty promises this time. Isabella Santos happily informed her family of a big remittance being sent soon after the Ermengarde mansion's successful sale. Things were looking up for the Santos family. I don't like that word! Light streams through my open windows. The world is fully awake, and last vestiges of sleep have faded from my eyes. Maybe a walk is good. I need to visit the grocery, too. Come to think of it, wasn't there an art store that opened recently near the park? Alright, I think this is completely new, this stuff here. Oh, never mind.
I'm sorry. Did my cat hurt you? Oh, it's you.
Nice to meet you again, Miss McCullough.
Were you harmed in any way? I'm sorry. Veruthiel's not exactly fond of other people. Even run away from the veterinarian right now.
Oh no, he was just sniffing my hand earlier.
Okay, so this is... Alright, so this is, let's see. Where are we? Talk about her job? Let's talk about her cat. Fucking shit. We are just not doing well. I keep my tone cordial and warm.
I'm actually surprised you have a cat, Miss McCullough.
And why exactly is that? There are a lot of people who have pets.
Yeah, but not a black one. I'm amazed you're taking care of one.
I don't understand what you're trying to get at. Is there a problem with my cat?
No, not at all. She's very sweet. Just in other cultures, aren't they a sign of bad luck?
Back at home it is. My grandmother used to tell me stories about it and...
Nothing has happened to me so far.
Displeasure is evident in her face. Of course. I've forgotten that for other people, black cats are an omen of good luck. There you go again, running your mouth off, Isabella. I rack my brain for a way to remedy the situation, but she holds out a hand.
This is a good place to stop and end this conversation, don't you think so?
Jesus.
It is good to see you again, Santos.
A complete dismissal if I've ever heard one. Oof. I watch her as she leaves, though she stops shortly before crossing the threshold separating the park and the street. Alright, this is still new. No, I keep saying it's still new. It's not new. Rose is dead. Gotta keep going. Let's see. Alright, what did we pick? Thankfully, it does seem like we're approaching the end of Isabella's path already, so... Oh, we have to go to work? Fuck me. Well, we're staying home. My hand automatically moves to press the delete button. What's the use? I won't be able to work anyway. Oh boy, I don't trust this at all. Not with this weighing on me. Not with the images flashing in my mind. Not with these voices calling for me. So yeah, it looks like this is the last choice for Isabella's route, so that's good. We're almost done with her shit already! And it's only been like an hour and 40 minutes. Over and over and over. I flop back down on my bed and discard the phone on the nest of pillows beside me. The TV is still running. I notice vaguely, having been left on the night before, though I have no desire nor interest in it now. Rose is dead, and it's all my fault. Shoving a pillow over my head, I make an attempt to sleep again. Anything, just so I won't feel this heavy weight in my chest. Hello? A cheerful voice with a tinge of hesitance greets me when I answer the sudden call.
Hey there! How are you feeling?
Like shit, Becca.
Good morning, Becca.
I just want to check on you. I heard the news. How are you doing?
It's as if her question has opened a dam of emotions I've been keeping at bay.
Becca. Rose, she...
Shh. It's okay. I know. I'm sorry. I know how much she means to you.
No, you don't understand! This is what I've been telling you guys!
What you've been telling... Alright. Tell you what. Why don't we eat dinner together today? I heard the diner near your office is serving your favorite today. My treat?
Let's meet up with her. Perhaps it's better to talk to Becca about this in person, not over the phone and when I'm calm. It's not too late. She might still listen to a reasonable explanation.
Okay. I'll meet you after school. So long as you don't make me pay, okay? I've already treated you to free food the other day.
You know I'm not like that. If there's anyone who should be complaining here, it's me.
But promise me you'll stay safe, alright?
What's gotten into you? I don't think that's necessary, considering I'll be at school the whole day.
I remember your death in the previous route, Becca! Don't do it!
I'll wait for you here, understood? Don't be late. I can only stay until...
Promise me. If something bad happens, you'll run and...
The Luxbon Police Department continues its search for the following reported missing people.
I lift the phone away from my ears and turn my attention to the news. Never mind that Becca's still on the line. These faces... Hold on a second. Missing? Aren't they...
Becca, I'll call you back. There's something I have to look up.
Wait, Isabella, what are you...
Frantic, I press the end call button and open my laptop. The loud tapping of my fingers against the keys fills the room for the rest of the day as I look through everything. The background about the place, its history from the current owners, and the list of employees hired under BRC. And I'm right. Of course I am. BRC may have a lot of staff, they may have a lot of agents hired, but I'd remember those names anywhere. After all, they're part of the crew who worked with us in preparing the mansion for the open house. Still, I've got to check. One by one, call after call, I go through each person missing on the list. This isn't anything illegal, right? I'm just someone concerned for a fellow coworker. Uh-oh. The night has fallen by the time I've gone through the whole thing. They're gone. They're really gone. No one knows where, but they're gone. Then the letters... No, that can't be. I hope it's not what I'm thinking.
But Rose is...
Something snaps into place in the fraction of a moment. These people in Rose.
I need to tell someone.
They need to know. Ash, Zach, Becca. That's right. We agreed to meet. She needs to know. Of course. Of course! The letter, my phone, papers, anything that will be useful. I grab all of them and make a run for the nearest bus stop. I'm already late. Isabella Santos holed herself in her apartment the whole day after the devastating news of her mentor's death. More disappearances were reported that morning, most of them faces she was familiar with. After talking to Rebecca Gales, she agreed to meet with her for dinner, but... Uh-oh! Becca must be really annoyed at me, but maybe if I use the subway, I could still get to her before her patience snaps. As I run, I bring up my phone to my ear. Her number's already being dialed. Each rings in sync with the quick tapping of my foot against the pavement, the sound taking away the edge from the agonizing wait. She's not answering. Uh-oh. I turn to the nearest shortcut I know. A small street Becca has warned me to never take before. No lights. No other pedestrians passing by at this time of the night. It's dangerous. But right now, I have to. If I want to fix this, I have to get to her. Reaching the crosswalk at the end of the short avenue is a relief. A little more and I'll be at the station once I get to the other side of the street. My fingers fly over the keypad again in another attempt to call her. 5 seconds till the signs change. Please answer! 4 seconds. Becca's still not picking up. Uh-oh, I'm not feeling right about this. I'm not feeling right about this. I think we may have just fucked Isabella over. 3. I redial her number for the 3rd time. 2. Please, I beg of you. 1. My feet are already moving. And finally, it connects. Help me! The world grinds to a halt. And when I look up, she's there. Oh! Hi! What's going on? Well, who wants to say goodbye to Isabella? Because I think we may have just fucked her. With the same misshapen face, tattered clothes, and unsightly gait. Her voice reaches out to me again, calling like every other time. Whispering, and whispering, drowning my ear with endless pleas and cries, gripping me with words I couldn't even begin to understand. There are shadows pulling at the edges of my vision, and the terror her presence brings wounds itself tighter on my legs this time, pinning me to the ground.
No! Enough! How can I possibly help you? I couldn't even help myself. Or the people I dragged into this!
She smiles, her lips contorting into something menacing. And right then and there, I understand the cutting anger in her eyes, and the depth of the circumstances we found ourselves in. There is no escape. It's the last thing I see before my phone slips from my fingers and... Oh. Oh, shit! Hannah! What? Alright, I'm gonna save real quick. Oh, by the way, I got an achievement. It was called No Jaywalking. I'm just gonna save real quick. I want to go. I just want to go out to the main menu real quick. I just want to see. I just want to see. We're not quitting. We're not going to break just yet. Oh fuck. Oh, look at this slumber party. Open up to Rebecca about what happened in the mansion. Let's see. Look at this. No jaywalking. Stay at home and meet up with Rebecca. Oh my god. We fucked up. Can we... Okay. Alright. Alright. Well, I want to say be careful, because I'm going to be seeing this again, because I want to see... Oh my god, that's so fucked. Oh, that is so fucked. Poor Isabella. Oh my god. She's all cut the fuck up. Jesus Christ, this is really graphic. Oh my god. And you can even see the ghost woman. She's got a fucked up ankle too. Oh no. The thing is though, she's not dead. She can't be dead. Cause we usually get one of these if someone dies. And we didn't. Oh my god. Oh my god, poor Isabella. Oh my god. Alright. That is so fucked. Oh no. Alright, now we just gotta skip through everything again. Oh my god. No! No! Oh no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that. Oh my god. Alright, what was the choice for this? Remain silent. Oh, we get to actually defend ourselves? Yay.
Yes, I am very happy, Luke. Because for once in a very long time, we are doing what I want.
Let me see. Just checking to make sure.
I'm ecstatic. Understood?
Oh, he liked me? Standing up for myself? Okay.
And this would be perfect if you stop acting like a child who needs their nappy changed. We will be leaving after lunch for the Ermengarde mansion. You are going to park your rear in the car and keep mum. And you are going to behave during the tour.
Needless to say, Luke looks a bit shocked at my little outburst. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to reply, before he crosses his arms to look like, well, a moping child.
Any more rules for this little excursion of yours, Your Highness?
Bitch, I saw that relationship chart. You like it when I'm like this.
No wine.
No wine?
Listen, you're an alcoholic, man. You need to quit with the drinking.
Unacceptable! I am already not allowed to the tasting, and you would deprive me of that simple pleasure?
Oh, you poor baby. Grow up. Learn to live without wine for a little bit.
If I see you take one sip today, I will put the stocks under lock and key. Do you understand me?
Don't forget the bottles he keeps in his dresser.
Thank you!
Whose side are you on?
How many times in one day can you ask that?
As many times as I need you, traitor.
Ha 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 ha. Alright. Gotta skip through everything. Oh, bad blood. What's been bugging my mind, however, is that Isabel. What is her problem? I still don't quite understand what is happening. One moment she's scrambling to give us the paperwork to finalize the sale. Then she's panicking over some sort of prank letter or another. The second thing on my mind is how touchy my darling husband is being towards the poor dear. I can't even plaster a smile on my face, a horrid scowl taking its place. There's no way I can pretend nothing is wrong as I hum.
And I'm sure little Lily here would certainly appreciate it if you remove your pretty hands from her, darling.
He's quick enough to detract his hand, which is all that the girl needs to, well, for lack of a better word, escape.
I think I need to step out for a while. I'll be back.
Her partner follows, shouting after her without hesitation. There's an awkward air among us as we're left in the wake of whatever that was. The others murmur and gossip with each other, speaking of the poor, daft girl and telling the tale to whoever was an audience to the act in the first place. It doesn't take too long for the woman, Rose, to return and pull us aside into the study for what I rightfully assume is damage control. Alright. Oh, that's it? Okay. Rose invites Marianne in too, hoping to apologize to her as well. Hannah being sane is weird to me. Yeah, right? Like, yeah, like, that's the thing. We spent, like, probably the second half of this game with her not being completely there. But the woman refuses, saying she's not one of her clients anyway. That leaves myself, Rose, and Luke. The last all too eager to make himself comfortable in a study he's no doubt already claimed as his own.
I can't apologize enough about what just happened. Please forgive Isabella. She's been under a lot of pressure lately. She's young and all those rumors about this being haunted just got to her head. And it must be this terrible heat too. Not a drop of rain for days now.
Oh, it's fine. The poor girl must feel so embarrassed about what she just did. But I say, let bygones be bygones. After all, she's only a child.
Isn't Isabella in her 20s?
She looked, what, 19?
I shoot Luke an accusing look at these words. Oh, shit. After all, he tried flirting with the girl. The nerve of him. Exactly! Like, he is married to you, and you are a bombshell! And not only that Isabel girl, but that Marianne and Rose, too. What kind of husband would think that it's even a remotely good idea to make moves on three different women while his wife stands there? So he's done this... Okay. Wow. Okay, this is different. Did he drink while I wasn't looking? Oh.
She's a bit older than that. But again, I apologize. And if there's any way I can make up for what just happened, just...
I know what you can do. Be a darling flower and get us one of those bottles you plan to serve.
No!
Pop it open.
No.
We were planning on serving some champagne. I can get that.
That would be lovely. Much obliged.
Do you want a glass as well, Ms. Wright?
Oh no, I'm fine.
What? What'd I do? What'd I say?
I really shouldn't be drinking right now.
And Luke shouldn't be either. But right now, I'm just too tired for any sort of argument. I don't have the heart to scold him in public as well. I'm certainly not his mother. Yes, you're not! That means you shouldn't have to put up with his shit, Hannah! Divorce his ass! Dump him! I just want to get this horrid day done with, go home and sleep. Perhaps I'll even have a strong I love this sentence. Perhaps I'll even have a strong cuppa before I head off to bed. Yes, that sounds nice. When Rose comes back with the champagne, I beckon her over. As I've told her partner before, I have every intent of acquiring this house. I might as well, even if I'm having second thoughts about getting it for Luke. The moment we, the Wrights, had expressed interest in this place, we've had eyes set on us. If we don't buy it, that might as well be the signal to have busybodies gossip about how we may or may not have lost our fortune. Regardless of the fact that it's false, image is everything when dealing with these people. These are the unspoken rules for people such as ourselves. And besides, I really did like the place. Why, everything here is absolutely wonderful. Well, except for this ugly painting in the study. That's terrifying! It looks like a bad fake of an Edvard Munch painting.
Here's the deal. I'm willing to pay 10% higher than your listing price. If anyone tries to outbid us, just add another 5%. I doubt anyone can, of course. Or, you know what? Just add 15% to the listing price, and we can sign all the paperwork now.
I guess, if that's what you want. That won't be any trouble. I don't have all the papers now. Didn't think this would be a quick sell. I'll have copies sent to you so you can look over them. And if you'd still like to finish the rest of the tour with Isabella's group, you're more than welcome to.
No, I think we're good here. We'd appreciate a private tour of the place a lot more, I think.
All right. Should I let Marianne in, then?
Marianne? Oh, right! She's been waiting outside the study this whole time, hasn't she? I'll need to have a little chat with her to move this little mansion project forward.
Please do.
There's a look of apprehension when the other woman enters the study. Alright, so this is not new. That's good. Alright. What the hell am I doing? I don't know. Let's see. Alright, so we've chose free up my schedule, so... Question the need for meeting. Thick. This isn't the first estate we've acquired, of course. We've bought plenty of others, from penthouses in Luxbourne to vacation and townhouses in nearby cities. It is, however, the first time that an interior designer has asked for a meeting with me. Normally, I just let them do as they please and hope for the best. I found that they rather liked the creative freedom it lent them. They all bragged about it. Hannah Wright is living in a house I designed.
I can make time, but I'm sure you're more than capable enough to work on your own, yes? Surely I would just get in the way and you can do things faster and more efficiently without my input. Because, no offense, if you're one of those workers who need constant supervision and hand-holding, you might as well tell me no so that I can look for another interior designer to work with.
Shit. Surely this one would feel the same.
Yes, I am capable of working without any design input and without supervision, Mrs. Wright. But it'd be entirely different if I know what you two would want for this home, how each room is meant to be used. You have to consider what sort of color palette you would want, at the very least. Do consider that this will be your home and not mine.
None of those houses ever did feel like a home.
You won't give me a choice in the matter, will you?
What? No. You do have a choice, and...
No. You've clearly made up your mind that we must meet.
What the hell?
All right. Monday, 10 o'clock sharp. We'll see you then.
Actually, Marianne suggested that we meet at 9. But who is even awake at that unholy hour? I was lucky enough to wake up this morning before Luke went all the way to Cardiff. Alright.
So, you really want to buy this place then?
Oh, that's it? Alright. We say our goodbyes, shake hands, and make it clear without outright saying it that we now own this house. By the time we left the mansion grounds, sunset is almost upon us.
That's a bit of a big impulse buy, even coming from you. Not that I'm complaining.
Well, I'm glad you're not complaining like you usually do. It's a right and proper Christmas miracle, isn't it? Hannah has finally done something right.
I refuse to look at him, staring at the passing scenery instead.
Hey, Buttercup, what's with this cheek?
You were straight up being a philanderer in front of her. I don't blame her.
Rose, Lily, Mint. The nerve, Luke, the nerve.
Is that what this is about? One, that woman's name was Rose.
But you were calling the other two women by nicknames.
And two, you know I don't mean a word of that empty flirting.
Bullshit! I remember you, you asshole. You tried to sleep with Marianne the moment you two met. And then you got pissy with her because she called you out on your shit.
And it's still the principle of things, Luke. I understand if you try to woo them to get what you want when it seems that I'm not looking. But I told you once before not to do it when I'm there.
Once before? You mean to tell me that he's actually flirted with other women while she was there? Oh my god. Hannah, dump his ass! Luke dealt with other women in the past to get what he wanted. Sometimes I have my doubts. I really want to believe that I'm an exception, that he's not just using me like how he used those other girls. I'm having a hard time believing that now. And it's not just the shameless flirting. There's something about that Marianne woman, as if Luke is familiar with her. Oh. As much as it shames me, it makes jealousy rear its ugly head. I am, suffice to say, ticked off.
Really? I forfeit my trip to Cardiff for this, and you're still not happy.
Oh, trust me, Luke. I am very happy.
Oh boy.
Very happy that, for once, we are doing something that I want. Can you not see the smile on my face?
It's only when I let loose those words that the truth hits me like a slap on like a slap on the face. I would like to You're not wrong for that opinion. You're not wrong for it. And by the looks of it, it seems to have the same effect on my dear, darling husband. It has always been Luke wants to do this and Luke wants to do that, hasn't it? I don't even remember the last trip we went to, which was of my own choosing, without needing to get the man's approval. On the other hand, I was pulled along to every single expedition he wished to tackle, and I never objected. The rest of the ride home is spent ignoring each other, pretending the other didn't exist. I don't know what isn't new text! Arriving at our penthouse, my first order of business is to get into bed. Forget a hot bath and forget the tea. I just want to bury myself in blankets and forget everything in my slumber. It seems that Luke has the same idea in mind, as he tags along behind me. But this is something I won't allow the moment I pass through the door. Oh, you're sleeping on the couch today, bud.
Out.
What the bloody hell, woman? This is my bedroom too!
Luke stands, flabbergasted, as I deny him entry into our chambers. His pillows lie on the cold tile floors away from the warmth of our soft down bed, and my gaze promises him the same fate if he doesn't budge on this matter.
Don't even try to argue, because I am very cross with you, Luke Wright. You can take the second bedroom or the guest room if you wish, but I do not want to see you at all for the rest of the night.
Johans!
Our butler wanders over, a curious expression on his face. He doesn't quite hurry, moving at a relaxed pace no matter how angry his master sounded.
No, you are not allowed to sleep in my room, sir.
That's not what I mean. Help me talk some sense into her.
There is no sense in questioning her right to be angry, sir. So, if I might be excused, I'll go prepare the second bedroom for you.
Thank you, Johannes. Jeez. See, he gets it. He gets it. I have to keep a straight face as he stomps away in defeat.
Mutiny! This is mutiny!
Oh, get the fuck over it! It's just one night on the couch, or on the bed.
The system is being upturned, and the people are rioting, and everything is left asunder.
Oh my god. It isn't every day that Luke is rendered speechless by someone he considers inferior, or to yield to another authority without an ulterior motive. His pride just won't allow it. I do keep telling the man to treat his people better. He may throw whatever fit he wants, but he won't be getting his way tonight. Victorious, I celebrate by jumping face first onto our bed. Undignified, yes, but nobody's here to judge me anyway. Right? Nobody's here to tell me what to do. Yet, as I succumb to sleep, I can hear them whisper to me. Uh-oh. I can hear them whispering. Calling for me. They want me. Need me. They drown me, pull me down and suffocate me in their embrace until I sink to the bottom. A deep abyss awaits, inviting, yet foreboding. They're calling to me from in there, aren't they? And I do want to help, I do. But when I try to reach out, something pulls me back, like a hook sinking itself into my stomach. Jesus! That got me! And I break through the surface with a gasp. Alone in bed and without Luke to hog the covers, I'm swathed in cloth and slicked with sweat. It takes me a while to untangle myself and kick them all off. Both the bed and I are a right mess by the end of it all, but I'm more than eager to just get up and go out for some fresh air. Holy shit. Did not like that! Look at this! During the open house, Hannah pressured the estate agents to sell her the mansion. The Wrights also met their interior designer. But displeased with her husband's flirtatious attitude, a disagreement brewed during the ride home. Inevitably, they ended up sleeping in different bedrooms that night. I love this fucking picture, it's so good! Oh, okay. Okay. The days past had gone by in a blur. We hadn't talked much, Luke and I, outside of necessity. In fact, we've hardly talked beyond the topic of acquisitions of properties. Properties being the mansion, obviously. Everything has been so busy that I haven't talked to anyone outside of business, and it's just so stressing. So one can understand my need for a good chat, preferably over a good meal. There are times when any decent, emotionally healthy, and socially capable person need a good friend. One who will talk to them without the conversation degrading or turning into an argument. Or barring a nearby friend, I have an interior designer under a confidentiality agreement to listen to me.
Up higher! Come on now!
I can't tell what isn't new text, goddammit! The place is bustling with movers, carrying furnishings here and there, along with several trunks of personal belongings taken from our penthouse. I can hear Luke barking at them in the other room, making sure nothing is handled carelessly or gets stolen.
Careful now! I know your pictures are framed by cheap plastic, but those are framed by African blackwood and are one-of-a-kind commissioned paintings. Each one is easily worth a lifetime of what you lot make.
It's hard to tune him out. The walls didn't do a good job of muffling him at all. But then again, it is Luke. I would still hear him ranting, even if we were on opposite sides of the mansion, and I'm wearing earplugs.
I'd really like to thank you for inviting me to breakfast, Mrs. Wright. But I already ate, so I should really go back to work.
Nonsense! You arrived so early, you must not have gotten a proper meal. Our butler has made a surprisingly lovely bubble and squeak.
Bubble and squeak?
Sit. I'd situate us in the dining hall, but it is a mess right now. Oh, Johans!
The man in question appears, ready with a tray as he starts to set the table for us. We sit in silence as we are each served a plate. Bubble and squeak, topped by a nicely poached egg with cherry tomatoes and other garnishes adorning the edges of the plate. That looks fucking good. A cup and saucer and a teapot with some Earl Grey is placed down for Marianne and I. Is placed down for Marianne, and I ask for an orange Julius.
How are you liking the project?
Drop that vase and I'll have your head. I know it's only an 8 million yen vase, but I swear
Well, it's certainly a fun challenge, incorporating the designs of a Jacobean manor and the functionality of a modern household. I have ideas I would like to suggest, by the way, about what to use the second bedroom for. I have been informed of your goddaughter and thought a kid-friendly room might be in order.
You read my mind. I was actually going to bring that up. Oh, that would just be so lovely, Marianne. That way, Kylie can bring her friends over as well. And a good friend of mine, Rochelle, is expecting a baby. So, why don't we think about putting a crib in there too? I can just imagine little ones running around, filling this place with the pitter-patter of their feet. We'd have to make sure they don't trip and fall on the stairs, though.
We won't be able to finish everything up until after the party. But we'll have it ready by then, so that all we need to do is to move in the furnishings.
Yes, that's plenty fine. It's not like we're in a hurry to have it. And we wouldn't want the workers to disturb the guests or the other way around, do we? Just make sure it's presentable. You know, in case a guest snoops about.
Of course. As for the kitchen you wanted, I've already negotiated for the high-end stoves and the hot and cold drawers, so on and so forth. I've got a friend who is able to customize them so that they'll look like the counters we'll be replacing and fit the rest of the interior. They'll be bringing them in today.
why can't you people do anything right? Don't drag it. You'll scratch the wood.
Excellent. But no, really, how have you liked it so far?
Oh, it has been wonderful, believe me. Everything is going smoothly, too. It has been a long time since I've worked on something on this grand a scale. Nowadays, everyone is about condos and flats, living in the city where every room is an identical box. Believe me, this is very refreshing.
We lived in a condo before this, Marianne.
I didn't mean any insult.
It's fine, sweetie. Look at you, all frazzled. I was just pulling your leg.
Yeah, I also remember Marianne had a bit of a crush on Hannah.
Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and you can thank him for purchasing this place as well.
Dude, if we can get Luke to die, can we get these two together? She looks confused. Of course, she has every right to be. Yes! Yes! I'll deal with the crazy asshole that I will with crazy Hannah. She, no doubt, overheard me push that estate agent into the sale, making quite the aggressive offer. She saw me sign the papers for the mansion as well. I just had to scoff.
Don't be fooled. I'm just the treasury. I wouldn't be able to make a purchase this grand without his seal of approval.
Then who's gonna save Kylie? Well, Hannah still cares about Kylie. I think she could do it.
I see.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yes. It wouldn't be appropriate to comment further.
Okay, wait a minute. What were we talking about? Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and he can thank him for purchasing this in this place as well. Ah, okay.
It is unprofessional.
Unprofessional?
I can't help but let out a deep sigh as I stick a fork into the dish. I didn't want professional. I want someone who will either agree with me, even if it's just for the sake of agreeing, or someone who would try to talk some sense into me. Neutral responses are so boring. There's no discourse in the middle ground.
The food is good. Best bubble and squeak.
Of course it is. Our kitchen staff only uses the freshest, hand-picked ingredients. Only the best for the rights.
Mr. Wright is not joining us?
Do you not hear him yelling in the house?
No, he is far too busy bossing people around. He even refused to join me for breakfast earlier, hence this.
I see.
Yeah, but that was when she was under the influence of the ghost. Like, if we manage to somehow keep Hannah sane throughout this, I don't think we have to worry about that.
My apologies. I really don't know what sort of response you expect to get from me.
There's the clatter of silverware as I slam my hands on the table. It's frustrating. I am frustrated. At Luke, mostly. But Marianne's neutral, professional answers are certainly irksome as well.
You're a human with feelings and opinions, aren't you? Don't give me this bollocks about being professional when we're having a nice, friendly chat over a nice and friendly breakfast.
Listen, Hannah, I get it, but bruh, Marianne's your interior designer. I don't think this is in her job description to help out with your marriage.
I can only talk about interior designs for so long, and I detest one-sided conversations, Marianne.
But I really don't know what to say, Mrs. Wright. We were talking of no topic in particular, and...
Luke. We were talking about Luke.
I want to talk shit about my husband.
About him not eating breakfast with you?
My marriage is in shambles.
About him treating me as if I were some treasury.
Poor Hannah. I didn't realize that I shouted that out loud until it's too late. There's a stunned silence that settled before I slumped back into my seat. Hiding my face behind my hands, I could feel my shoulders shake. Oh my god. Breathe, I told myself. Calm down. But it's just so hard.
Honestly, sometimes I feel like he doesn't love me anymore.
Oh my... Oh, this...
Oh, have I been so blind? Did he ever love me at all? Was our marriage all for the sake of saving his company and his wealth? Because...
Because?
Did I say all that out loud? Again? No, this is bad. Unacceptable. It's been rumored before, the real reason for our engagement. But if anyone were to know of this... Marriage is a necessity to carry on political and financial power used to be a common thing. But the Evans-Wright union is the perfect happily ever after. Was supposed to be. It's true that we first met each other in order to discuss dealings, to make the then failing Wright Enterprise a subsidiary for Evans Incorporated. But I do remember being in love with him, and there were times when he said he loved me back. Even if I'm not sure of what the truth is now. Either way, I don't want the Wright name or the Evans name dragged through the mud because of a slip-up. And if Marianne so much as talked of this, this is a new choice. Do I really have to threaten her? I'm not gonna threaten her. Yes! I'm not gonna threaten her. Like, what good is there in threatening her, really? Marianne is a good sort, isn't she? So far, she's been reasonable and accommodating, even towards Luke's ridiculous requests. Patient and professional. Did it only extend to business? Or would she be able to understand that things like this aren't as simple, not as clean, as they are painted to be? Certainly I can talk to her. Ask for her...
I won't speak a word, Mrs. Wright. Not only am I contractually obliged to, it would also go against my principles. This is no one else's business but your own, and it should be kept between the two of you. And whoever you wish to seek counsel from.
Please, Marianne. You have to understand. These sort of affairs, if anyone were to know this, they could just twist it and we'll be ruined. All I ask for is your silence on the matter.
If I am to be frank, Mrs. Wright, this isn't new for me.
I've dealt with this before.
You aren't the first, and you certainly won't be the last to have complicated dealings. Unless what you're doing is illegal, I turn a blind eye.
Can I trust her?
If I wasn't in the same boat, I'd be trying to pry those secrets and gossip with you about them by now.
Well, I'm keeping that information confidential as well.
It's not like I have any other choice, do I?
Thank you.
We continue to eat our meal in peace, finishing the last of the food and drink. When the door to the parlor opened, Marianne and I are just sitting in silence.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
Zach! I give him nothing but a small nod.
This was a wonderful meal, Marianne. You're free to return to your duties. I must excuse myself.
You just see real quick. Okay.
It was my pleasure. And thank you for the food as well.
Can you just tell me what is new text? Making my way downstairs, I look back and see Marianne give me a nod and a small smile. That certainly put me in lighter spirits. An interview with Luxury Living. Alright, Wednesday, October 26th. The Wright couple moved to their newly bought mansion today and was already preparing for a housewarming party. Hannah and Marianne were seen having breakfast together, with the former complaining and accidentally divulging too many details about her marital problems. God damn it, can you just tell me what is new text? That's today, isn't it? Oh yes. People had caught wind of our new mansion the very moment we left the open house. Luke had boasted he could acquire the property in no time, and allowed a photo shoot for an interior design magazine to be scheduled today. Well, there were complications, and it took longer than it usually does for us. Hopefully I won't have any other unfortunate slip-ups with someone who isn't bound by confidentiality. The mansion grounds has been one of the first things to be fixed up, aside from the bedroom. Alright, so this is not new. Goody. Gotta get through everything. Okay. I think if I remember right... Yeah, we basically just stopped the teasing, but now we have to. Well, there goes our dad. This is who I am, and I'm not going to tone myself down for somebody else. I have no obligation to do so. At any rate, he is rather cute, and it's a bit fun seeing him squirm. What's the worst that can happen? He can die. I doubt it'll be anything bad, considering how much of a gentleman he is.
Oh, stop doing what, Zach, sweetie?
Oh god.
Touching my arm and looking at me like that.
Oh, this is not good. I pause, giving him a baffled look. This is certainly the first time a man has ever complained about me being too friendly.
I'm not doing anything wrong. Come on now, don't be like that. It's just a bit of fun.
Please stop. A bit of harmless fun.
I'm sorry. It's just really uncomfortable and I don't think either of us want Mr. Wright to see us and think there's any funny business.
Yeah, especially since we know he's a racist.
I'm sorry. Look, can we just... We're finished with the interview already, aren't we? Maybe it's about time I go.
Oh, you must be joking.
No, I'm not.
You're certainly the odd one. Don't be such a killjoy. A little bit of flirting never hurt anyone. Other men would simply be delighted by my interest in them.
Oof.
Besides, you really are such a cutie.
Please stop.
Well, I'm not them, Hannah. So, yeah, I'm probably odd.
I don't understand you.
Let me put it this way. You're a pretty lady, so this must have happened to you at least once or twice. How would you feel if someone was making you uncomfortable? Only for them to refuse when you ask them to stop and they make you out to be the one that's wrong?
This isn't the same as that.
As I try to argue his point, he starts to pack the rest of his bags. This is preposterous. My main argument is, what sort of man complains about a beautiful woman being friendly with them? You're kind of flirting with him, Hannah. Like, and he's uncomfortable with that. And you're kind of objecting to him, like, setting boundaries. Granted, I know that I purposely made this choice. You know, so it's like, yeah, this is my fault, but still. It seems logical in my head. Next step. She's never gonna live that down now. She's never gonna live down the fact that she snapped a person's neck. It seems logical in my head, but the moment I try to say it, it starts to fall apart.
Yes, it is. Unwanted advances don't make me feel macho or anything like that.
This is why Zach's my favorite character. Along with Marianne, of course.
I'm not here to argue morals or ethics, Miss Wright. I think I have more than enough for the interview, if that's fine with you. I may be starting to overstay my welcome.
I feel deflated. And things were going so smoothly, too. I ended up pushing too hard, just when I might have found myself a good friend. I'm not sure if I feel awful because I'm not getting what I want, or because I was just compared to the pigs I so despise.
You're not even going to let me apologize.
You're not a bad person, Hannah. Just...
Because I really am sorry.
People won't always be how you want them to be. And apology accepted. But I really do need to go. A friend of mine is expecting me, and it's getting late.
Will you visit again? I will be asking for copies of those photographs.
Yeah, sure. I'll make you a copy.
That will be much appreciated. I'll ask Johans to see you out.
I feel sick to my stomach as I watch Zachary leave. It's silly to be upset over a falling out with a man who was, only a few hours ago, a complete stranger to me. That doesn't excuse my boorish behavior at all, and it doesn't make the ill feeling any better. Idling about, I stare off into space, unsure of how I feel. And I stay a good while, just standing there until the sun sets in the horizon. Disheartened, I proceed back into the mansion for supper. Hannah met Zachary Steele, a freelance photographer from Luxury Living, an interior design magazine. Zachary was tasked to interview Hannah and to take pictures of the mansion and its new owners. What should have been a professional meeting ended up being friendly and perhaps too personal. Alright, so what did we pick for this choice? So we told the truth with Zachary. Well, we're gonna lie.
I was just tending to the garden, sweetie.
Why does he like me lying to him?
You were?
For a moment, he looks skeptical. I can tell by the gleam in his eyes, and the way he sits up in attention. He thinks I'm lying. But I see no point in bringing up Zachary and aggravating him. Excuse me. I did tend to the gardens for a bit, so it's not a complete lie. Just a little white lie. Besides, I know just how to please him. Uh-oh. Sauntering over and circling round him, I place my fingers on his shoulders. Oh, I didn't want to hear that! Ew, no! No! I didn't want to hear that! He lets out a little groan before melting like butter as I massage his shoulders.
I had to make sure they didn't ruin your favorite daffodils.
Oh, that is wonderful.
I'm not sure if he means the massage or the flowers, but I'll take it. This is better than a fight.
So, absinthe.
Just one glass. Loosh.
Loosh?
I suppose I can let this one go. A bit too late anyway, you've already drank half the thing. But remember your doctor's orders.
Yes, I'll try to drink less.
And yeah, he doesn't.
Try.
Hey, I'm only human.
Human.
Do you want one?
A human who makes a lot of fucking mistakes.
No, thank you.
Supper is spent in silence with nothing but the occasional sound of silverware. A grand feast has been served. Well, grander than usual anyway, most likely due to Luke's complaints of stress. A platter of native oysters for starters, and tranche of turbot with purple sprouting broccoli, lemon, capers, and anchovy sauce for mains. To finish it all off, black tea and golden syrup sponge pudding with custard. But when our appetites are appeased and the plates are cleared away, Luke stands, kisses me goodnight, and leaves me to stare at my half-empty cup. Lonely in the lull of the night, I sit, in a house too big and too empty, foreign and unwelcoming. Even with its warm tone and homely decor, it feels cold. There's no need for tears, however. I know I can get through this like every other obstacle I've faced before. This is a minor setback in what I hope will be a long and happy life. To remind myself that this place is for Luke and for our future children fills me with a renewed vigor. Besides, it looks like someone is having a cry already. Alright, we already went through this. During supper, Hannah found Luke drinking absinthe, and this caused an argument. While Hannah was angered by her husband's drinking problem, Luke was suspicious of his wife's activities, having not seen her the whole afternoon despite finishing Luxury Living's interview early. Then there was this crying woman. Alright, so we decided to open the hatch last time, so let's just call them out. I knocked 3 times. Waiting for any sort of reply yields me no results, and I've already touched the floor hatch far too many times than what I'd like. I take a deep breath before reaching out again to whoever's inside. I've learned from experience that people respond better to kindness than threats. Shouting angrily would not help in coaxing them out.
You, in the cellar, do come out. We don't want Luke waking up and finding you in there, do we? That man would go ballistic thinking someone was trying to steal his precious wine.
Still nothing.
You can have a good cry. Just not in there, yes?
I love that. It's like, you can cry, just not in there, honey.
Why don't you come out here and we can have a cuppa and you can tell me all about whatever it is you're bawling about?
With how long I'm standing here, however, I'm starting to think myself as a fool. I didn't want to acknowledge the other feeling I have, especially as the wailing took an eerie turn. The thought of being played with didn't sit too well with me, and I had to stop myself from getting too hot-headed as I try one more time.
Now you come out of there! That is an order from the lady of the house, do you hear me? Why, I ought to...
Oh! I freeze as a hand clamps down on my shoulder. the dread I've been feeling all this time makes itself known as I kneel, unmoving, not even daring to breathe. I can feel my heart pounding against my chest. But the touch is gone, as quickly as it had seized me. Oh, hi. It is only Johannes I see when I look back.
Apologies, madam, for touching you like that. You were not responding to my voice, and you looked about ready to wake the whole mansion up.
I was... I'm sorry. I was getting rather loud, wasn't I? But that crying woman in there, we must do something about her.
He grows silent for a moment and just looks concerned. At least, I like to interpret it as concern, given how stoic our head butler usually is. Or rather, it must have been concern, as he takes off a glove and presses the back of his hand at my forehead before his worrisome inquiry.
I beg your pardon. What crying woman? Are you feeling well, madam?
In the cellar. Can't you hear her?
Madam, Hannah, no one is down there.
What?
The cellar is locked. Only Luke and I have duplicates of the keys.
Huh.
Nobody is down there.
I stare at him in disbelief. But when I listen once more, I hear no crying. Tugging at the hatch for good measure proves his words to be true, too. The thing won't budge unless I had a key, short of using power tools on it.
Perhaps it is time for you to go to bed, madam.
Perhaps.
You are simply tired and hearing things, a perfectly normal human experience. But if you are still experiencing auditory hallucinations in the morning, you are free to consult with me.
There's a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach as he helps me up to my feet. What he says makes sense, and who am I to question someone who used to be a doctor? I'm just tired, that's it. Long day of moving, the interview, dealing with Luke, that's all drained me of any proper sense.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I just need some sleep, that's all.
Of course I'm right.
Ah!
Go on then. Gute Nacht.
Gute Nacht.
Good night, Johannes. Good night, house.
It's just fatigue. That's what I keep telling myself, although I can't ignore the strange feeling in my gut. Either there's something wrong with this house, or there's something wrong with my head. Sleep will be elusive tonight. Alright. Gotta skip through everything. Alright, no QTEs. What did we choose? Be honest with me. Welp.
I don't know, Marianne. I just...
She hesitates, taking a sip of her coffee while I stare into my own cup of tea before she speaks.
Perhaps it has been the years, perhaps not. It might just be the little things that have built up all this time. It might be something big. I wouldn't know all the details. But in any case, with things like these, I've seen couples take time apart just to cool off. Sometimes they get back together in the end with lighter hearts, and sometimes they don't get back together at all, but part on better terms.
Speaking from experience, are we, Miss McCullough?
Well, that's certainly got a rise out of her as her cheeks turn red and she nearly chokes on her coffee.
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I'm not interested in any fella, even. It's just a thing I've seen happen a few times.
What if I said the couple are very public figures? They wouldn't want to take time apart unless it was really necessary. They wouldn't want people to talk.
Well, that's a load of guff. Not to mention that makes them a bit thick, doesn't it? Forget about what other people say. That's their relationship, and they should do what's best for them.
And if they point out that you're being a hypocrite and they can also disregard what you say?
Then that's their choice. I'm just saying that a break might do them good. A short time apart is better than someone trying to leg it out of the relationship or one ending up trying to murder the other out of frustration if they're even the slightest bit touched in the head.
It's better than ending up on true crime, that's for sure.
Because we don't want now, do we?
She trails off, having said her piece, and leaves nothing but the smell of coffee and Earl Grey between us. There's a calm, despite the nature of what has just been discussed. To say that her words make me start to think is an understatement. To say that I'm not considering her advice is a lie. And to say that this might just be the calm before the storm is a possibility. Others have had shorter marriages, yes, but plenty have celebrated long and happy ones as well. My own parents celebrated their choral anniversary before they passed away. But 7 years? 7 years isn't a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. It isn't a whole lot of time to see what and where a relationship can bring us. And at the same time, 7 years... Well, it hasn't been entirely made up of unhappy years, has it? It won't last forever. It's not supposed to, anyway. I just dread the thought that it might last for a very long time. I dread the thought that these small spats, these little disagreements, will turn into an all-out resentment. The idea that we'll grow to hate each other with every fiber of our being scares me. I can't even pinpoint the exact moment when our blissful union turned sour. When did he start to seek other women, lacking any ulterior motives? When did we start to cooperate only to suit our materialistic greed and attention-seeking ways? Money and success. Fame and glamour. Are those the only reasons we still stay together? There's a cough before Marianne clears her throat. I must have been quiet for so long, and I move to apologize when she stands up. We both end up on our feet, unsure on how to proceed. Some sort of odd, awkward shuffle occurs as we decide whether to sit back down or not.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
I'll try to stay and chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
We'll see. So, if I can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
I do feel bad for Hannah. It's like the fact that she's like having to question, like, you know, her marriage with Luke. Because it's like that, like, the thing is that, like, you know, is that, like, she's starting to think, like, is it my fault that he's seeking other women? Is it my fault? And it's like, no, it's not. It's not. Like, listen, like, here's the thing. Regardless of whatever you do in a relationship, that does not justify cheating on your significant other, unless they're a complete dick and all that. But at least in this marriage, Hannah has not said or done anything to warrant being cheated on by Luke. Like, no matter what, unless Hannah is cheating on him back, Hannah does not deserve to be cheated on. Like, no one does. No one deserves to be cheated on in this kind of relationship. Because it's like, why would you do that? Why would you make this, like, because it's like, it's like, I have to wonder, why does Luke have to cheat on Hannah? Why did you get married to her in the first place? Like, if you wanted to have as much sex with women as you wanted, you could have just not gotten together with her. I mean, granted, there is the whole thing of like, well, he could just talk to her and see if maybe it would be okay for him to have an open relationship, but it's like, clearly, that's not the issue here. He's still cheating on her. He's still having sex with other women without her knowledge. And that's not okay. And even then, just because, you know, open relationships and polyamory are not the best, the best solutions to relationships. Like, and you shouldn't try those if you're trying to recover a strained relationship. But still, it's just like, I do feel bad for Hannah, because it's like, she doesn't deserve to be cheated on. Let's see. Let's see, leaves the former with something to think about after the latter excused herself from attending the party. Alright, is this new? Nope. Wait, you invited a priest? I had invited Father Norman, too. It's the least I can do after he blessed the mansion on my request. Aside from my small donation to the church, of course. But the poor man had taken ill and went through a nervous breakdown of some sort the other day. Alright, and that's not new. There is so much shit. Holy shit. Oh, this is new. It is now that Johannes returns with security, along with a concerned-looking Officer Lee. They surround her and move to escort the hysterical woman. Judging by his pale face, he has heard the whole thing, and I feel nothing but pity for the man.
I'm so sorry for her behavior. She's been under a lot of stress. And the alcohol. Talking nonsense, that's all it is.
We're almost near the end of Hannah's chapter already.
You're not allowed to drink because of the baby, Shelley. What are you thinking?
Nothing to see here, people. Move along.
Is there really nothing here but the ramblings of a drunk? Yes, that's right. There's no way that what Rochelle says is the truth. What she says doesn't match up. I know Luke. If such a scandalous meeting was to be arranged, he wouldn't do it in such an exposed place. Especially not near his precious flowers. And he definitely wouldn't promise responsibility over a child unless it can be helped. Besides, Luke would never... He would never go so far as to sleep with another woman, right? Oh. Okay, fine. Who am I kidding? If I'm to be completely honest with myself, he might cheat. This is different, because I remember specifically last year, she was going on and on about how Luke was her prince. Luke would never do anything. The fact that she's actually admitting this shows that, like, maybe there's a chance she might not go crazy this time. With a bit of temptation and a bit of alcohol, he just might. And doesn't that just make my blood boil? To even think of the slightest possibility of infidelity. Lee isn't too far off when he told me how Luke still acted like some young hotshot bachelor. It starts to make me think, we have a choice here! This is new! Can we... You know what I'm suggesting. You know what I'm suggesting, people. Hannah deserves to be with someone that actually appreciates her for who she is. Fuck Luke. You need a break, honey. Maybe Marianne had a point. If I'm frustrated, If I'm unhappy, maybe a break is needed. Yes! Yes! Some time apart might be just what the doctor ordered. Time apart to clear our heads and to think for ourselves. Or for myself, to be exact. Because looking at this mess before me just brings me nothing but distress. I feel a bit nauseous, actually, now that I think about it. Luke's too busy making a scene to notice, and a concerned Becky pulls me to the side. She looks as disturbed as I am by this sudden turn of events. Probably not a big fan of drama. Definitely not used to it at any rate. Not surprising, as her parents were lovely yet simple people.
Hey, I figured you could use the save. You looked like you weren't doing too hot back there. Do we need to call a doctor or something?
Oh no, I'll just be needing some fresh air, that's all. Some help getting out of here would be much appreciated.
Sure, that won't be a problem. I wanted to get away from this drama too anyway. Just... Hey, Zachary! Hey, Zach!
At the mention of his name, I can't help but seek him out in the crowd as he makes his way over. They know each other?
Becca, this is a real
Wait a minute, when is this taking place? Friday, October 8th. When was Isabella? When was Isabella? The 24th. So this is... Okay, so this is 4 days later. So what happened to Isabella?
Hey, Miss Wright.
If I'm to assign a random number to dictate the odds of having two of my acquaintances know each other, I'd say the odds are 1 out of 1,000. And if this is any other situation, I would have been suspicious. It isn't completely impossible to have two random strangers who I've met on separate occasions to know each other in what would be complete random happenstance. It's just that it's been faked before to try and dupe me because of who I am and who I'm married to. But right now, coincidence or not, I'm just grateful for the help. As long as this doesn't turn out to be a kidnapping anyway.
Hello, Zachary. I told you to call me Hannah. Did I not?
Yeah, you did. So, this is what you called me for. We gonna get Hannah out of here?
I can see that they're friends. Not terribly close ones, but friends nonetheless. Plus, you just fucking missed it! Hannah might not go crazy this time! We got her to break up with Luke!
That'd be great.
They make quick work of getting us through the crowd. The people part because of Zachary's broad build, even if they want to approach me. If that isn't enough, Becky's pointed glares keep them at bay. Aw, that's so sweet. We even make it out of the ballroom without any untoward incident. Though judging by the commotion in the other room, the same can't be said about the unexpected eviction. I really do need the fresh air. I need to be away from those nosy Parkers. I need to be away from Luke. This is a good start as any.
Hey, I gotta go back in there. Completely forgot my bag like an airhead, and I'll see if I can tag Ash on the way out. You'll be fine here, right, Hannah?
Guess no redemption arc for Luke, at least the next snapper. Listen! Listen! If we manage to actually save Hannah from being possessed, that's fine. Because she honestly, she deserves to be happy without Luke. Let her live.
Not to worry, dearie. I'll just be right here.
Zach will be with you if you need anything.
Becky balks at the idea of going back into the ballroom. Anyone who hasn't yet would have realized I'm gone by now. And those busybodies will be gossiping about how I left the building with two unknowns. Along with what just transpired, stories both inaccurate and made up will be spread by the night's end. It all matters very little in the grand scheme of things, of course. I won't even bother to try and quell them by returning to the fray. that leaves me with...
Zachary?
Yeah, you need something?
I was only going to say how nice it is to see you again.
Oh, okay.
I could see the tension in the line of his shoulders. Odd how awkward he is, when this isn't our first meeting. We had met on professional terms, certainly, but I'd like to think I was friendly. Nonetheless, I don't push the issue about the apparent discomfort when we were left alone. Oh god, no! Don't say that! Not right away, at any rate. I know my curiosity would get the better of me soon. Before I can say anything, however, he speaks up.
You okay there, Hana?
No.
I mean, of course you're not okay after what happened in there. I mean, that was terrible. But you're not gonna just fall down and faint or anything, right?
I'm fine. Thank you for your concern.
He's such a good boy. A beat.
I should be asking you the same thing. I remember you being a lot more eloquent.
Oh yeah, I'm just not too good with staying too long in a crowded room. Or handling intense drama, you know. Sorry about my clothes. Didn't think there'd be a dress code. Not that I have anything that nice to wear to a shindig like this. I dig nice, small, simple parties, so this is a real doozy for me.
And do you host your own nice, small, and simple parties often?
Only when there's occasion, birthdays and stuff. Those are a lot more fun for me, and I can be a lot more selective about letting only the people I'm cool with attend, right? I get to pick the food, too. Of course, I make most of them myself. There's usually a dozen people or less, and all we really do is just hang out. Maybe do some grilling, karaoke, dancing, you know, the usual.
That sounds nice.
Yeah. You sure you're alright? You aren't exactly being eloquent yourself, as you put it. You must have something you want to get off your chest.
I don't know, Zachary. What am I supposed to say?
You can scream merde if you want. I won't snitch.
Merde.
You want to know what I think? How I feel? I think my friend may have slept with my husband. At least, I'm pretty sure she isn't pregnant with his baby, which isn't much now, is it? My husband is a selfish, pretentious, bloody sack of shite, and
Say it! Fucking roast his ass!
You know what? I don't give a flying fuck anymore! My god!
Yes! Yes! This is what I wanted last year!
Well, that ain't good. Not giving a crap won't make the problem go away.
I'm going to ask him for a break, Zachary. I'm not going to pretend that there isn't a problem, but I just need to step back.
Yes, that's exactly what you should do! I'm so happy for her!
Fair enough. As long as you don't just up and disappear on him, I suppose.
Seriously, she deserves a man or a woman so much better than Luke.
Yes. Now can we please stop talking about him? Tell me more about your small, simple parties. Karaoke and dancing. How does that even go together?
Simple, really. We hope Ash doesn't take the mic, put on a bit of fun music, and just dance.
We hope Ash doesn't take the mic, I love that.
Not that I can, but there ain't nothing complex about it.
You can't be that bad.
I'm pretty good with the twist. Or, that's what they tell me, at least. I think they're just being nice. I'm sure it just looks awkward.
How should I respond? Prove it, at least you can cook.
At least you can cook. Allegedly.
Whoops, did not mean to do that. I meant to click on this. Oh, okay.
You still bring no proof.
This party ain't exactly a potluck, is it?
I'm afraid if I had him dance, this is gonna lead somewhere bad.
True, true. Perhaps you can invite me to one of your simple parties. I will bring the cake.
Yeah, why not?
Aw, thanks.
But with a cake that big, like at your housewarming party, We'll be eating frosting for weeks. Maybe make it a little simpler and it's a deal.
Simple would be nice.
Aw. Hey! Why are we still here? Well, at least it's different. At least we're not waking up in the bedroom with crazy-ass Hannah. Oh, that's such a nice picture! In the aftermath of Rochelle's accusations, a devastated Hannah was seen exiting the ballroom with Rebecca Gales and Zachary Steele. Hannah was left in the care of the man, when Rebecca had to go back to the party in search of Ashton. Now alone, the two had a talk, and both were smiling by the end of it. Aww. I wish the same can be said about what I'm about to do. Simple isn't the adjective I will use to describe the task at hand. Because, really, how does one tell their husband that they want to separate and say that no, this isn't a divorce? Not yet, at least. The possibility is there. But still, how am I even to explain that to Luke without him throwing a fit? Get the butler in there! Get the butler in there! Just in case! Cutting too deeply into my sausages, I opened my mouth to excuse myself. That is, until I spy Luke mashing and stirring his poached eggs with a fork like a petulant child. He's been silent, all the while, chin in his hand and elbow resting on the table. I worry that my absence after the debacle may have caused more harm than good.
Luke?
It's not... Okay. I know you can't see the achievement, but I love it. It's like, it's not you. Okay, it's you.
I think we need a bit of a break. You know, some time apart.
At my words, he grows still and silent. I'm not quite sure whether I should be worried or not. I take it as my cue to keep talking.
It's not permanent or anything like that. Just for a while. In a few days, perhaps. I was thinking I can move back into our penthouse in the meantime, but I won't be moving out right away, so that I can help settle everything here. And I haven't even thought of packing yet. And I'll want to ask Johans to assign some of our staff. Unless you want the penthouse anyway. Then I'll stay here instead.
No, you take the penthouse. It'll be easier for you.
Okay, this is weird. This is weird. Why is he not, like, upset by this? Why is he like, Hannah, darling, dear, buttercup, I'm so sorry. What do you mean a break? Like, why is he not freaking out about this? Why are you not freaking out about this, sir? It isn't supposed to be this easy, is it? Can he really react so aloof to it?
Isn't this to your liking? I imagine that you'd like the space and independence. You'll have the bed and covers to yourself, and you can have whatever you want prepared for meals. You can even have all the wine you want, though I'd rather that you don't.
This isn't about that, Hannah. Well, it's partly that, but...
Oh. The man stops playing with his food, choosing instead to push the plate aside.
What's wrong, Luke?
He slumps back in his chair and just stops short of putting his feet up on the table. I suspect he's wanting some wine or absinthe by now, but any sort of alcohol is suspiciously absent in his hands.
Aside from that disaster yesterday and you telling me you want a divorce, everything is peachy keen.
Hey, that's not what she said. She wants a break.
Well, you want me to start on the letters then? To start the divorce settlements and whatnot?
That's not what she's asking for, you dickhead.
Will you be seeking ways to throw me out onto the street without a penny to my name?
No!
No, Luke, this isn't a divorce. I just told you this is only temporary. Are you really having a sulk because of what she said yesterday?
I am having a sulk because you believe her.
Well, I'm sorry, but you've given me reason to believe her.
You stormed out and now you're asking for us to split up? Soon enough, you'll want to throw me out like I'm a piece of trash.
Well, to be fair, that's what Airi wants. But that's not what Hannah wants.
Do you think I would be this calm if I believed her, Lucille Mitchell right? Because believe me, if I did, well, it wouldn't be pretty. Besides, I know how you feel about children. It makes the whole statement laughable.
Sure, whatever you say.
What the fuck?! His mouth draws into a thin line, and I can't bring myself to comment on his half-hearted reply. To me, the silence that follows feels oppressive. It only emphasizes the wall that has been built up by my... What the fuck is that word? Obsence? Obeisance? And his hubris. And it looms between us, keeping us apart.
When are you leaving? In a week?
It won't take that long to pack. After All Saints, perhaps? I'll go and inform the staff of this.
He only nods. And I'll be lying if I said that didn't disappoint me. Oh, she wanted him to fight for her. God... Hannah, you do not deserve this man. Come on, honey. You deserve someone better. During breakfast, Hannah asked Luke for a break. She'd been moving back to their penthouse for a couple of days. Despite trying to remain aloof, her husband accused her of wanting a divorce. Hannah insisted she simply needed a break from him. I expected more resistance. The man could be stubborn as a mule if he wants to be. Perhaps I can leave now, just to spite him. But that isn't like me. Even if this does end in a divorce, a thing we both surely wish to avoid, we can still leave on amicable terms. There's no point in making a mountain out of a molehill.
What are you still doing here? Just leave. You still have some packing to do, don't you?
Fuck you, dude!
Go ahead. I won't stop you.
That's what she... What the fuck? Why is he not... Ah! I'm sorry. That's actually really fucking frustrating. It's like... There's no way. If he truly loved her, if he seriously loved her, he should be fighting for her. And that's clearly what she wants too. She wants him to fight for her. And yet he's just letting her leave. Like, what the fuck? Like... I understand that there's a thing, right? Maybe, and this might be what's happening here. That maybe because, you know, in his mind, it's like, she wants to leave, well, I'm not going to stop her. I love her enough to respect her wishes in that regard. In which case, fine. I get that. But it's still a little disconcerting because it's like, I know his character at this point. He should be a lot more resistant to this, and yet he's not. Like, what is the deal here? Go ahead. And do nothing. There isn't much to do, it seems, whenever I step up to the plate and try to take responsibility for something. Perhaps because everything is already being handled by someone hired specifically for that job. And with Johannes overseeing the staff and Luke handling everything else as a whole, that doesn't leave much for me. I can't even take the job of delegation, because all it takes is a word to one of the senior staff and everything will be taken care of for me. Moving in here a few days ago may have very well been the chore that took the most effort from me. You know, to be fair, she did say she wants some time apart. I think he wants time apart from her as well. That would be fine if he said it. That would be fine if he said it. But as far as I'm aware, like, he doesn't... I don't know. I don't know. And that didn't take any real effort at all.
Yes, Hannah, go buy a mansion in the middle of nowhere. Good idea. Great plan.
There are no dishes to set aside and busy myself with. Any mess left behind is now nearly non-existent. To sit on a counter while eating cake is supposed to be my next plan. Alas, there isn't even one to finish off, and I don't really know what brought me to the kitchen in the first place. It's not like I'm craving anything else. nor do I have any unfinished business left here. But there's a calling to this room. Speaking of calling, why not do just that? Might as well, since I have nothing else to do. Luke isn't the most rational. You know what? Fair point. Fair point. Fair point. At least that will require some effort on my part. With how cut off from the rest of Luxborn the mansion is, and with how long it was abandoned before we moved in, having a landline is out of the question. The solution, supposed to be, are mobiles, though it isn't much considering how spotty the signal is in the area. It'll take a bit of maneuvering to get even a single bar as it is. It takes a bit, as I said it would. I have to park my rear on one of the cold drawers, but that suits me just fine. Another matter that needs my effort is who to call. She who must not be named is certainly off the list. That doesn't leave much in the category of close friends who attended the party, along with the category of who else is awake at this early hour. But soon enough, I manage, and the call goes through.
Hello, Rebecca Gales here.
Yeah, she's up.
Who's this?
Good morning, Becky.
Hannah? Oh wait, how did you get my number?
That's a good point.
You responded to your RSVP through the phone. It's all saved in here, of course. I thought I'd like to say hi and make plans and get together sometime. Also, I'd love to hear news about your mother and father and about you, my dear. Oh, I hope I didn't wake you up.
Oh, you're good. It's sports day at school today, so I was just prepping for that.
Figures that you'd be a teacher as well. I'm sure your students must absolutely adore you.
Don't know about that.
Mathematics?
History, actually. Anyway, it's real nice to know you've got my number. I was going to ask for yours because Mom wanted to keep in touch.
You could have asked, silly girl. I would have gladly given it to you.
It's so weird because last year she was fucking crazy. And now it's like we're at this point and it's like, nope, she's perfectly sane.
Couldn't though, because, well, the thing that happened. But really am sorry though. I gotta run. School, schedule, stuff. Is there anything else you want to say? Don't want to use the mobile while driving.
The mobile?
Oh, of course, of course. I shouldn't keep you. But I wanted to thank you for your company yesterday.
Not a problem.
I was hoping you could thank Zachary on my behalf as well.
Uh-oh.
He was really kind and wonderful.
Well, you can tell him that yourself if you want. I can give you his number.
Oh my god.
Oh, no, I don't want to be a bother. Intruding on his privacy.
Privacy.
Pretty sure he'd be fine with it. If you two on a first-name basis and all. So, his number, right, it's...
Uh-oh. The call starts to go static, much to my frustration. A strange clicking noise drowns out most of her words, too. I can barely understand what she's saying. And the line completely dies. Uh-oh. I can feel a headache coming along. It's just building up, starting from a light throbbing on one side of my head. The static is gone and that helps a lot. But there's still that incessant, horrible clicking. Again and again and again. Which doesn't make sense. The mobile's turned off, isn't it? And if it isn't coming from the phone, then where? Looking about, I can't help but let my eyes be drawn to the hatch leading into the wine cellar once more. That's when the clicking stops, and I can hear that crying. That familiar crying from before. Hannah called Rebecca Gales, hoping to catch up with an old friend. The talk got interrupted by a horrible clicking and the cry of a woman from the wine cellar. What happened the other day, when I was told that nobody should have been down there. I tried to forget it because of how it unsettled me so. One can hardly do that when I'm looking at the very thing I'm trying to forget. Somebody is crying down there again. Alright, I need to mute the audio because I can't hear myself. But if I leave it alone, it simply won't stop bothering me for the rest of the day. They might have forgotten to lock it with the party going on.
This again? If somebody is pulling my leg, I will not be happy.
Oh, fuck me, Hannah. Why would you do this? True enough. All it takes is a bit of a pull to open the hatch. As I look down to the cellar, a sense of uneasiness washes over me. It isn't just the sudden onset of vertigo and nausea, but also the darkness. It's suffocating. And as I look down, it feels as if it's looking back at me. I worry that something will suddenly pull me into the deep. Uh-oh! The cries drown beneath the shrieks that start echoing in my head, high and shrill, like nails being dragged across a chalkboard. They're all screaming, shouting at me, and I could just feel her rage. She wants to drown me, drag me down, and crush me in the very depths of darkness until there's nothing left of me. The deep abyss waits for me. For my death. They're all calling for it. This is a nightmare. Wait, what? There's a rope around my neck, and I can feel the rest of me being torn apart. And they're still screaming. I'm screaming. Though it's not my voice that escapes my lips. It claws through, climbing up and forcing its way up my throat like putrid bile. I choke and gag, yet I scream and shriek all at the same time. And I'm me, but not me. Resist. Oh, fuck me. Oh my god. That quick time event scared me. I was like, wait, what? What? No! It pushes me down to my knees before I'm prone and vulnerable in my stomach. It makes me tumble, and I could just feel my whole body seizing, writhing on the floor. Everything and nothing hurts. It feels like I'm on the verge of death. And if I'm not dying, I nearly wish I actually was.
Why are you?
Prince!
Prince! Seeing Luke, something snaps back, and I'm able to take a gasp of air on my own volition for the first time in what felt like centuries. I would have rejoiced and cried for his name if the pain still didn't rack my body. In safe hands. That would be such a sweet picture if I wasn't scared. Instead, all I can do is stare listlessly as he comes to my side and lifts me up, cradling me in his arms. He tries to get me to my feet, perhaps to take me out of there. But all he's able to do is to get me to sit, make sure I'm not trashing on the floor. I could still feel my muscles spasm, limbs jerking like a puppet on a string. Luke holds me tight and keeps me still, so that I don't hurt myself anymore. Whatever it is that happened, it has my mind feeling frayed and battered. Eventually, the pain dies down into a dull ache, and my own tongue stops feeling like cotton. It's only now that I can feel the wetness on my cheeks, tears streaking down my face. A coughing racks my body, now that I don't feel like choking. And it just all feels so horrible. But I don't care. I don't care.
Please.
What happened here? Who did this to you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry.
Shh, it's alright. You're safe now, Hana. You're safe now.
Zachary! We didn't. Hey! We didn't end with this insane Hannah! Alright, I think now's a good time for a break, but I do want to see real quick the stuff here. Hey, we finished off this thing. Aw. This was such a sweet thing, though. Like, man, he was more of a husband to her in that one moment than he had throughout the entire route. Let's see. Wait. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Let's see. I'm just checking to make sure, like, what stuff is here. Take some, it's, yeah, see, this was what I was still laughing about. It's not you, okay, it's you. Take some time apart from Luke, and then this. In safe hands. Resist the mansion's influence. Oh, and that's, oh, I like that. That's her locket. Because remember, last year when Hannah went insane, she put on this necklace right here that had Takako's name on it. But because she resisted the influence of her, she's still wearing her old family locket. Oh, that's so sweet. God, look at how many achievements we've got. All right, so we are going to be taking a break. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to pull up. All right, I'm going to keep the game up, but we are going to be taking a break, because it has been almost 3.5 hours. And we have gone through two complete paths. Excuse me. Alright. Let me try and find this other music that I love. Hopefully I can find it. Wait a minute, I can just cut the desktop audio real quick. Boop. Shouldn't be that hard. Is this it? Yes. Alright, I found the music. Oh, this is another great piece. This is another great track I love. Alright, can you see the fucking text on this? Can you see the text on the intermission? Oh my god. Alright. We're gonna be taking a break. Oh, my back. Oh, that felt good. But yeah, we're gonna be taking a break, get something to eat, get something to drink, go to the bathroom, do whatever it is you need to do, because it has been almost 3.5 hours. Alright, it might be a good idea for me to get a drink, so I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, wait a minute. Real quick. Alright, now I'm back. Sorry about that. Anyway, this is another track from The Great Ace Attorney 2 that I really love. Like, you just listen to those string instruments. And I also took the time to check stuff. And, still don't know what the fuck's happening tonight! But yeah, I still have no idea what the fuck I'm doing tonight. Like, I haven't gotten a mess, I haven't gotten a reply back at all, and I haven't seen shit, so I have no idea if I'm playing D&D tonight or not. Which is kinda worrying. So I'm like, I kinda need to know about that. Anyway, we're doing pretty well already in terms of, like, having a different story. Like, that's surprising, ain't it? Like, we somehow managed to, like, it's very possible we got Isabella killed, but we got Hannah alive, so... Oh, jeez. It's like, well, that happened. Anyway, since we are now in October, what are we gonna do for Halloween this year? I'm probably just not gonna do anything again because I don't really have anything to do. I mean, hell, with the way things are going, with how quickly we are going through these paths, we might be able to do 2 run-throughs of the letter this month. I still don't know whether or not Isabella's dead. I don't know, it just... I don't know, but still, it's like, I am glad that, like, already we have some pretty diverging paths and all that. It does seem kind of weird, though, that Rebecca and Zach were not at all, like, how do I put this? We're not at all, like, stressed by Isabella, so I have no idea, like, if that like, I wonder if we should take that as, like, how do I put this? As like a sign that maybe she's not dead. Like maybe she's in the hospital or something like that. I don't know. So I didn't mean to take this long. It's like... It's still like, we are getting stuff. But, in terms of, like, everything else, it's like, I don't really know, honestly. Feels like shit's just been, like... I don't want to say building up, but, like... I definitely feel like... a lot has just been happening over the last few months of this year, you know? Like, just in terms of, like, everything, you know? And I'm not gonna lie, like, it's a little worrying, honestly, that's, like, we just have, like, more and more of these events, and it's just like, I don't want to say it feels like it's building up to something big, but it definitely has, like, that feeling of, like, if things keep going the way they are now, something's gonna give. Something's gonna give. Don't know what, but it's just a feeling. And unfortunately, it's stuff that we can't really control or anything. You know, it's just stuff that we're basically being forced to react to because we don't have anything else to do, really. Does that make sense? I don't know, like, I don't want to be, like, I don't want to get, like, super negative or, like, almost conspiracy theory, because I hate conspiracy theories. But still, it's just, you know. What's trending on Twitter? Let's see how that goes. I thought that said postpartum. I was like, excuse me? Oh, Jesus. Fucking emails. I honestly should have guessed that it wasn't a DM. Because of the fucking... because my phone didn't vibrate. Anyway. I don't know what else to talk about, honestly. I do know, though, like, I feel like at the end of this month, I'm just gonna be so exhausted. Because it's just, like... I'm gonna be so busy, I feel like. Because it's, like, obviously we're gonna be doing this twice a week, and then I got D&D on Fridays, presumably. And then between all this, I gotta, like, write, which I haven't done this week. I've just been kind of, like, planning out. Ultra kill? Well, that depends. What is that? but, but it's like, I know, like, I feel like at the end of this month, I'm just gonna be so fucking tired, because it's like, but at the very least, it does mean that after this month winds down, at least I'm not gonna be pressured to have to, like, finish anything. Like, next month is, like, the next 2 months are definitely gonna be Katawa Shoujo. We're gonna be finishing up Hanako's route. And I say finishing up because I'm surprised we got through the first act. Within, like, 2 streams. Which is crazy. New retro FPS. Okay, no, I have not heard of that then. I don't play FPSs. But I do know that I'm gonna be doing another stream next month too, and that's gonna be related to Genshin, which I'm actually kind of excited for because Genshin just dropped their newest patch, I believe, like recently. So that means more characters for me to put in a tier list and see which people fucking get pissed over the fact that I don't think that who they find attractive is who I find attractive. I'm referring to you, child. I do know, though, that I'm probably gonna have to put a disclaimer up on that stream. Like, 2 of them, actually. Like, one is of course, like, my opinions are my opinions. It does not mean that you have free reign to fucking blast me on it. and all that. And 2, a lot of the, like, in 2, I am probably not gonna pronounce a lot of these names right. Because here's the thing, I know how to pronounce Japanese names right, don't get me wrong, but when it comes to other languages, that's a lot more muddy. Like, obviously there are some names that I do know how to pronounce and all that. But, but odds are, do not expect me to have perfect pronunciation for those names. And it does not mean I'm being racist when I mispronounce their names. And yes, I have to say that because from what I've heard, the Genshin fandom on Twitter especially is awful, like absolutely toxic. Like ridiculously, like one of the worst fandoms out there. And trust me, I've seen some of the shit they say. It's, It's like, man, I can't imagine being part of a fandom that regularly harasses voice actors for their characters, despite the fact that the voice actors have next to no input on what the fuck the company does with their characters. But yeah, I don't even play Genshin, so I won't argue who you find attractive and stuff. Well, I thank you for the vote of confidence. I know, like, I just have to put those disclaimers out there because I don't even know how the fuck I'm gonna, like, title the Genshin stream, like, because it's like, I don't want the crazy people to find it and take me out of context. Because obviously I've never played Genshin myself. I only know about it via Twitter, through friends and mutuals alike. And, like, you know, just like... So I don't know anything about the story. I'm only really rating the characters based on how attractive I find them. With exclusion to the kids, of course. Don't want that. But still, it's just like, I don't know how I'm gonna title it. It's like, non-Genshiner rates the hotness of Genshin characters, or something like that. I don't know. It's like, how do you go about that? I don't even know how long... What are you gonna do? Cancel you on the Bird app? Cancel. That would, like... Cancel me on the Bird app. I love that. Oh my god, Plush, you have no idea. Like, you wanna know about how petty they are. They doxed Mista from Niji Sanji over him giving a nickname to a character. And I'm not lying. I am not fucking lying. They fucking doxed him over a fucking nickname of all things. Like, they thought he was being racist. And all that over a fucking nickname that he decided to give to the character. It's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, regardless of whether or not the joke was in bad taste, it's like, that's really extreme. Over a fucking nickname. But still, I know that but still, it's like, here's the thing though, too. I also know that the majority of the Genshin fans are a bunch of fucking teenagers. Like, they're... Like... A bunch of the Genshin Impact players are probably a bunch of fucking immature teenagers who think that doxing's the rage. You know? And to be fair, I am afraid of getting doxed. You don't know with some of these people. Like, they... You know, it's like, if you so much as look at them the wrong way, they'll try to cancel you. And the thing is, though, is that there is a part of me that fears getting canceled, if only because of the fact that while I may not have anything to be afraid of, you know, in terms of, like, what they would cancel me for, right? It's more so how they would, it's more so, like, the idea that they may go so far as to, like, make up stuff about me that isn't true in the slightest and try to ruin my life that way. Like, that's what I'm more afraid of. You know, like, obviously there's the doxing, but there's also, like, you know, these fuckers can ruin my life if they so choose. Who is teaching teenagers how to dox people? They're finding out ways! They're finding out ways to dox. But again, that's if. Big if. They find it. That's big if they find... If, you know, they find anything in that Genshin stream to cancel me over. Because who knows, I could just be worrying over nothing. It could just be paranoia speaking for me. I can't do anything about doxing. Yeah. When I wouldn't want, and I wouldn't ask you to dox anyone for my sake. Doxing is already considered illegal. and all that. But even if it wasn't, I wouldn't ask anyone to do that for my sake. It's like, because one of the things I would absolutely hate for anyone to do is to white knight me. Oh my god, please do not ever fucking do that. Let me fight my battles, please. Like, I understand that you want to defend, like, I understand that people may want to defend others, you know, because they care about them and all that. I get it. And it probably does come with good intentions, but please, let adults battle their own fights. Seriously, I see so much of that shit with VTubers, and it's just like, for fuck's sake, guys, they are grown-ass adults. Let them talk out their issues privately. Still nothing. Am I gonna be playing tonight or not, guys? I need to know! Anyway, we might get back into it soon. We have like 5 till. Yeah, exactly. I'm just putting it out there. Do not dox anyone for my sake. Do not stoop to that level. Okay. I was like, what? I just saw something weird, that's why I was like, what? Alright. And to be fair, the government deserves to be robbed anyway. Allegedly! Alright, say goodbye to this music because I love it so much. And we shall be back into the letter. Alright. Let's load this back up. Alright, we already know what happened here. Oh. Hello. Wait a minute, what day are we on? Wait a minute, is this the 25th? Oh no, this is gonna be when Zachary discovers Isabella got into a car accident. Alright. Yeah, but you never know. The first few notes, while muffled, are enough to wake me. It takes a few moments for everything to fall into place, for my eyes to adjust to the light streaming into the room. Despite the pleasant chill the AC brings, my shirt is clinging tightly to me, and my blanket a tangled mess around my throat. It's one of those nights again when sleep passes like a blink and is plagued with vague, fuzzy thoughts. I lift a hand to rub away the drowsiness from my eyes, although it does little to relieve the gritty, burning sensation from my eyelids. Outside, the sun has yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given way to the cool morning light, washing everything in subtle gray hues. At this hour, the entire city remains unstirring. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button, twice or thrice, just to catch those precious few extra minutes of sleep. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now.
This better be good.
Groggily, I scramble for the bag sitting at the foot of the bed. Just get here, please. The ringing still hasn't stopped, even as I fished the phone out, and Ash's name flashes brightly on the screen when I turn it on. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call yet.
Where are you?
Ashton, it's 6 in the morning. Sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet.
Oh, it's gonna be awake now, boy.
What do you need?
Get your ass here, pronto.
Here? Hold on. Can't this wait until I'm actually awake?
No, Rebecca's not.
His voice hitches, and I fail to catch the last of what he's saying over the Sun racket on the other side of the line. When the noise dies down, however, he doesn't continue. This abrupt change in his tone, the unexpected hesitance to speak, puts me on the edge, and a different kind of anxiety clings to me. Something's wrong.
Here is where, Ash?
Ermengarde Memorial Hospital. ER.
Oh, fuck.
Becca's already there. I need to be off somewhere. Just get there, please.
He drops the call before I can ask more. Maybe it's just me, or my sleep-addled brain, but in that short moment, he sounds almost as if he's pleading. The thought alone doesn't ease the lump of dread gripping my insides already heavy with fear. But despite the questions currently swimming inside my head, I waste no time in getting dressed, the rest of the day's plans and scheduled meetings effectively forgotten. Whatever lies ahead, I hope this ain't one of those times when my intuition is right. Oh boy. We've never been here before. The scent of hospitals never did grow on me. Too fresh, too medicinal, too sterile. And if I'm to go down the more morbid train of thought, I'd say the air smells a little like blood and death if one pays closer attention. It's not entirely terrible in itself, just that the scent alone is enough to bring about old memories, mostly unpleasant. I'm not saying the recent birth of my niece is one, of course. That's been a good milestone for both me and my sister's family. It's simply unfortunate that the disinfectant has to be everywhere for something anyone wants to commit to memory.
Did Isabella ever feel this way when she visits her father?
The same odor assaults my senses as I make my way through the corridors in search of the emergency room. Recently renovated, according to one of the guards I asked for directions. Considering how long the place has been around, I'm not surprised they already made plans to modernize. Gotta keep up with the times, they say, especially for a place where lives are saved. I don't have time to admire the new work, though. Soon, the person I'm searching for comes into view. Rebecca's sitting still on one of the few benches lining the hall, her head bowed and her shoulders rising and falling in a slow rhythm with her breathing. Oof, Isabella's stuff. A pile of papers and various other personal effects have been arranged neatly beside her. And is that blood on those? I try to ignore the foreboding feeling it sends me as I reach for her and shake her awake.
Rebecca, I'm here. Wake up.
Oh. She opens her eyes at the second tap, along with a small yawn of her own. In the hospital's bright lighting, the dark circles under her eyes are more noticeable. Her voice is still rough with sleep when she greets me.
Zach, did Ash call you in?
Pretty much. Woke me up, actually. Said it was urgent. What happened?
He didn't tell you?
Not really. He just said I needed to be here. Is everything all right? It sounded pretty urgent when he called. The way that guy phrased it, I thought for sure you had gotten into an accident or something.
Wasn't her. Rebecca shifts in her chair, smooths a hand over her face, and lets out a sigh weighted enough with fatigue as she does so.
I'm sorry, Zachary. It's just been a long night. I don't really know how I'm supposed to break this to you. Ashton should be the one doing this, but...
The guy's busy again. No worries. You can tell me anything.
You say that!
No, it's Isabella.
I'm afraid I can't quite follow, ma'am.
You weren't entirely wrong. But it wasn't me, obviously. Last night, she got into an accident. A car accident. She was hurt pretty bad and they had to rush her here.
A lump has suddenly lodged itself into my throat, making it difficult to get the next words out.
How bad exactly are we talking about here, Rebecca?
Critical.
Oh, fuck.
But I don't know. I didn't see her myself.
Oh, that's bad.
When I came here, she was already in the ER. Has been since last night. The doctors haven't said anything since then.
And Ash?
He's looking into the crash. He hasn't called again, but he promised to keep us updated.
Another heavy sigh comes out of her. Abruptly, she stands and starts pacing, her trembling fingers laced tightly together in front of her. She continues for a good minute, treading the hall in short, uneven steps before stopping and pressing both of her palms over her eyes, as if that alone will be enough to stave off her exhaustion.
I called her out, you know?
Oh.
I promised I'll treat her to dinner if she gets out of her room. I was only hoping it would cheer her up after the news. The one about her co-worker yesterday. And now, I should have just kept my mouth shut. If I did, then maybe she'd still be...
It's alright.
Hey, don't blame yourself. You had no idea this would happen. An accident is an accident. If there's someone you should hold responsible for this, it's that ass who ran her over. Ash will find that guy.
I wish it were that easy. God, it's one after another, Zachary. And no one will tell me anything. I came in here asking for her, and all they said was, she's in critical condition, ma'am. What are we supposed to do? I want to do something. I need to do something. But I can't. Not when she's still in there. Still fighting for her life.
I wish I can give her the answer she wants to hear right now. But that's always been the hardest part in circumstances like this. Always out of our control. Always out of our hands. The least I can say to her right now is... You need to take a break. There's nothing we can do. Try that. Okay, good. Rebecca doesn't move nor pull away when I lay a reassuring hand on her back and lead her to an empty seat. If things aren't as bleak as they appear, I doubt she would freely accept the gesture, strong-willed as she is.
I know you're worried, Rebecca. We all are. But you have to think about yourself, too. I'll be straight with you. You look like you're a few steps away from falling over. How do you think Bella will react if she sees you like this right now?
You don't have to mince words with me. Just say I look like horse dung, Zachary. I won't be mad.
All right, ma'am. You look like you stepped and rolled in a pile of horse dung today. Not the same thing, but the way you are, there doesn't seem to be any difference.
There. Wasn't that easy?
I wish.
But, yeah. She'll scold me. Believe me, Belle will. She whines with how bossy I am every time. But she doesn't realize how she's every bit of a mother hen as I am. Don't tell her I said that. And then maybe she'll laugh after. She never does stay mad with anyone for long.
That she does. Or you could always offer her food.
You don't have to tell me. That has always been a last resort. It works every time.
Look at us talking like she's gone and left us.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's nothing like that. I think this is just us hoping we won't lose her.
We won't.
You sound very sure.
Well, times like this, the only thing left to do is to hope. Maybe pray for the best. But I don't want to believe those guys inside aren't doing the best they can to save her. They have to be if they've been at it for hours.
Yeah.
And Isabella's... you know how she is.
She's stubborn. I think that's a good thing. I want to believe she'll make it through because of that alone. I'm a mess, aren't I? One unfortunate incident, and I'm all ready to give up hope.
No, it's fine, Rebecca. Seriously, seriously, she got into a fucking car accident. She got fucking hit and ran over. Like, I saw that CG. It looks awful. I'm surprised she's still alive.
Can't even keep myself together when nothing final has been said yet.
We all are. A mess, I mean, in more ways than one.
We let the silence fall and the words hang between us. Because the truth in those feels more tangible than what little hope we're both clinging to. Oh, man, I remember being in the hospital. Man, earlier, God, can you imagine, God, remember how it was only this year that I had to be in the ER for this shit? Granted, nothing for an accident, of course, but I still get that feeling, man. Somewhere, far off the hall, I can almost hear the faint beeping of machines. Which one is Isabella's, I wonder? How is she doing? How long are we supposed to wait? Will she pull through? But it's always the waiting, ain't it? More than the fretting. It's always the long, excruciating hours that follow, blurring everything in between and slowing it down. By the point we both drank through our third cup of coffee, we've already lost track of the seconds, the minutes we've spent sitting here. There's no idle chatter between us, only companionship and what little support we could give each other. Which isn't much considering how long the two of us have known each other. Better for Ash to be here instead of me. Or Isabella if only she didn't have a different battle to fight right now. Then again, we wouldn't be here if she wasn't. Oh. When a door finally creaks open and a voice calls for us, none of the world shifts back into focus the way I'm expecting it would. It's Rebecca who handles it with much patience and tact while I sit on the sides. It's her who faces the nurse, who listens to him, who nods, and wordlessly follows when he gestures for us to do so, all in spite of the weariness beating down on her. A different kind of burden now, after that talk. I'm almost too afraid to ask. Oh, fuck. Hang in there. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Sorry about that. I just got confirmation that we are still having D&D tonight. It's just going to be an hour later than usual. That's fine. I'll take it. Anyway, sorry about that. I wasn't saying yes over this. This is awful. What's this? Alright. Zachary received an alarming phone call from Ashton, telling him to go to Ermengarde Memorial Hospital immediately. An exhausted Rebecca informed him that Isabella got into a car accident. In a critical state, she had been put in an induced coma to keep her alive. Oh, fuck. Oh, Isabella. She'd love this room. The moment the nurse opens the door and the soft late morning sunlight greets us from the sole window, I know she would. It might be a little inappropriate to think about now, but if she's well, Isabella would say the same thing. She has, after all, always favored the sun. Reminds her a little of home, she said. It reminds me a little of her too, to be frank. In the background, the heart monitor blips faintly in a steady rhythm. She's not an easy sight to see. Covered in bandages, a thick cast on her leg and neck, with all these wires and tubes attached to her. She looks nothing but frail like this. And still. Too still. She's never still, and yet here she is, her breathing too quiet for comfort even as the ventilator pumps oxygen into her. She can't even breathe on her own? Oh my god.
They have to keep monitoring her.
But she's okay now? We'll just have to wait?
Not exactly. She isn't out of the woods yet.
She's just stable.
But alive, right? I mean, she's here. Even with all this stuff attached to her, she's gonna be fine, yeah?
She lets out a breath, probably the 13th one since I joined her here, and flops unceremoniously on a nearby chair. Carefully, she reaches up and gives Isabella's bandaged hand a light squeeze. I'm not sure if that's meant to be an encouragement for the patient or her. But for all her hesitance, I'm glad it's Rebecca who has to break whatever this news is. If this is Ashton, he'd drop that without any sort of preamble. For a detective looking to get answers, it works. For people waiting on the edge, it doesn't always.
I don't know. I honestly don't know anymore. The doctors, they had to put her in an induced coma. They had to after the seizures.
Seizures? Oh my god.
It wasn't looking good. Something about the trauma and the head injury from the accident did that. I know I should have listened better. I'm sorry, Zachary. Half of it didn't even sink in.
Listen, Rebecca, it's okay, alright? It's fine, I get it.
All I understood was she's on life support now, but...
Fuck.
But they aren't expecting her to make it. Her chances aren't good from the start.
Oh.
They can't just say that. They don't know her. I'll talk to them. They'll see reason if I just...
I did, alright? Already did. I told them to get their asses together. Even made them promise to try.
But you mentioned they still have to monitor her. That means they haven't given up on her, right?
They haven't. I insisted. But with how things are, they said she might never wake up. And if she ever does, she might not be the same anymore. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I was angry when I told them that, and it just came out of my mouth. Maybe they're right. Maybe I should have just let them...
You did the right thing, Rebecca.
You don't know that. What if she doesn't want this? Do you see all of these? Wires and tubes and bandages everywhere. She's barely herself, clinging to dear life as it is. She can't even hear us. Doesn't even know there are people here worried sick for her.
The point is she's still here. Don't beat yourself up over what-ifs. This ain't over for her, aight? I've seen people recover from even worse. Have some faith in her.
I do have faith in her.
You know what? I think this is just a lack of sleep talking. You've been here since when? Last night? Go get some rest, Miss Gales.
But Isabella's...
I'll take care of her, don't you worry. We can do shifts if you want. But go home first. We'll talk about that later when you ain't looking like you're about to fall apart. If you keep going like this, you're the one who'll end up here next.
The rebuttal I'm expecting from her for even suggesting the idea doesn't come. To my surprise, she merely chuckles.
This feels like a conversation I had with Isabella a few days ago. I said the exact same thing to her.
Then maybe it's a sign you should rest. Let me take over from now.
Maybe. But I'll keep that in mind. Are you sure you'll be fine alone? I'll come back this evening. So if you need anything picked up, I can get it for you.
Nah, no problem on that front. Besides, if I do need something, my apartment's just a few blocks away. Skip and a hop, that's all I need. Focus on getting some sleep. Let me take care of this for a few hours. Do it for everyone's sake,
We'll do. Thanks, Sakura. If something changes with her, promise me you'll call.
You'll be the first one to know, man. Well, if it comes to that. I hope the news I bring will be better than the one we got this morning. Crazy thing having to wake up to this.
Yeah.
I hope so too. I'll see you later.
Get some rest, okay? Rebecca manages a weak smile before turning and heading out of the room. But when the door clicks shut behind her, it does so with little finality. Like saying this won't be the last, that our stay here won't be as brief as we're all hoping. Beside me, the beeping from the machines remains unceasing. The distinct, familiar scent pervading the room persists as it wraps itself into the room's only occupants. Altogether, a different memory burns itself in my mind. Oh man, that's rough, man. Fuck, man, that's so rough. I didn't want this for her, man. There's something personal in the melody slowly threading itself into my consciousness. A hum, pleasant in every note, lingers in the air and carries with every shift. It reminds me of our room, of a little place my sister and I once called home, and of a promise made several springs ago, back when our walls are bare and everything's still foreign and new. The soft rustling wakes me long before I can fully remember. Oh my god. Someone is speaking in the room. In hushed whispers, muttering words like a secret not meant for my ears to hear.
This is stupid.
Hi, Ash. It takes a little while for the recognition to sink in and remind myself where I am. But sure enough, when I shift my gaze up, Ashton's there, leaning casually against the edge of the bed, arms folded across his chest, while sporting a pensive expression on his face. I'd say it's close to wistful, but this is Ash. And with the room's lights dimmed down, one can't tell.
Hey, Ash.
If my sudden movement surprised him, it only shows in the slight lifting of his eyebrows before he acknowledges me with a small nod.
How long have you been here?
Just came in a few seconds ago.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you.
Figures. It's not a problem. You probably need to rest anyway.
What about you, though?
You're the one talking. You look like shit.
So I've been told.
Seriously, how long have you been up?
18, 20 hours or so?
Oh my god, Ash, go to sleep.
I'll get some shut-eye later. Where's Rebecca?
I sent her home early, but she'll be back too.
Oh, there she is. Both of us turn just in time to see Rebecca ease the door open and step inside. She's brought a traveling bag with her, and from the way she transfers its load to her other hand, it's heavy enough with things for maybe 2 or so days worth of sleeping out. Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's in the night, they're gonna have to leave soon, because visiting hours are probably close to over. The thing is, though, is, like, I'm pretty sure that, like, because Isabella's family is on the other side of the world, like, she's not gonna have anyone, so this must be a special circumstance. I don't know what to say to that, quite frankly. Or if I'm even supposed to question her about it. Ashton, no doubt, has a remark or two about it, but before any of us could comment, she raises a hand to stop us.
It's not mine.
3 words, and they're all telling enough. Just like that, an awkward silence descends in the room. All of a sudden, just the mention of hers becomes some sort of a taboo between us. Funny, when she's just lying a few inches away from us. God knows if she's even aware of us. Even in this quiet, I can hear her laughing. We're making a big deal out of this, she'd say. It isn't anyone's fault, but it's obvious that one way or another, each of us hold our own selves responsible for what happened, however irrational that sounds. Plenty of what-ifs, should-haves, and could-haves going around. It's almost stifling.
Always prepared, ain't you?
I just packed what she'll be needing for a few days. I figured it'll be easier for me to bring her things since I live next door. Go take a break now, Zachary. I'll stay with her until tomorrow when her aunt gets here.
Her aunt?
She's flying over from the other side of the country. Heard she had to file a leave to get here as soon as possible.
God, really? And of course her mom can't come visit because she's got to take care of the siblings and her dad.
Oh, what a mess all of this is.
Don't you have class tomorrow? Sure about that?
I can always call for a leave too. I've got plenty since I rarely ever use those. Someone has to stay here after...
No, I'll take it from here.
It's not that his offer is in any way unexpected. It's not even in the way he delivers it. Ash may seem distant to other people, rude to some, downright embarrassing to a few, but to those he keeps close, I'm positive he never hesitates to show some willingness to help. He cares. He really does. Simply in his own, unorthodox way. I'm sure Rebecca's aware of this too, more than anyone. But the tight expression on her face, her strained grip on the bag, and the stiff line on her shoulders suggests a different kind of understanding. Even in the sharp, biting tone her voice takes despite the meaning in her words.
You don't have to do that. Zachary and I can handle this for a few days.
Both of you already had your turn with this. It wouldn't hurt to have another person helping out.
This isn't some sort of a competition, Ash. We're doing this because someone has to be here for her.
Becca, he's her friend too.
I'm not making this one. I just volunteered, didn't I?
Don't you have an investigation to finish?
Fuck.
And Zach has freelance gigs in line for the next few days. You have students to teach. Don't push it, Becca. All 3 of us have things to take care of on our own, but between us, it should be easier to find some time to...
Fine. Good.
Her voice is almost too quiet. Like the calm on the eve of a brewing storm.
Do what you want.
She doesn't give him a chance to get another word in. In 3 steps, she closes the distance between them and hands him the bag, with a little more force than necessary, in my opinion. Then, with nothing more than a sharp glare at him, she marches out the door. Maybe it's just me, but in the brief instance our eyes met, hiding behind that flash of anger was... hurt. Did something happen when I wasn't looking? It certainly doesn't seem that way from the way Ash is acting.
You go ahead, Zach. I'll take over for now.
You sure this is fine?
Yeah, sure. It's not like this is a hard task. I'll probably get more sleep here than if I stay at the precinct or in my car. I'll call when something changes with Isabella, if that's what you're concerned about.
You ain't worried?
About what?
I'd say Rebecca, but he doesn't seem to have noticed earlier's exchange. Regardless, I'm not the kind of person who finds joy in prying, and it's certainly none of my business. On top of that, we have Isabella here, bedridden. Rebecca's right. If it's one problem after another, and to be truthful, I kind of want to ask for a little breathing room already. But that ain't how it always goes, ain't it?
This, everything, the accident. I don't know, you tell me. You were there, weren't you?
That gives him a pause, his hand stopping short of placing the bag on the table. Judging by the conflicted look on his face, he doesn't know how to respond to that. Yet.
About this I'll figure it out. Don't worry. I'll find out myself who did this and make sure that bastard gets his just desserts.
B, so you do have an idea who?
Vaguely, but nothing conclusive yet.
Is he thinking that Luke did this? Dude, I don't think it was Luke, man.
I'd rather not say anything until we've got everything sorted out. It's a huge mess. This and that other case. It might even be related for all we know. Thinking about it gives me a headache.
He lifts a hand and pinches the bridge of his nose. His eyes are squeezed tight in what's perhaps a struggle not to overthink. Or keep whatever frustration he feels at a considerable distance. Preferably far enough so he can think clearly. When he's like this, it's better to leave him alone with his thoughts. But as I'm about to pull the door open, ready to take my leave, he calls out.
Do me a favor, Zach. Make sure you keep away from the rights this time. Tell Rebecca the same thing.
The name rings a bell, though at present I can't recall where I've heard it recently. Nevertheless, I nod, if only to give him some peace of mind. The guy already has enough on his plate.
I'll remember that. See you later.
If you catch up to Becca, make sure she gets home safe.
Will do. Go get some sleep yourself.
I throw him one last look, even though at this point I'm not sure what I'm searching for in his face. Reassurance? Some sort of encouragement or proof that everything will be alright? I won't dare ask anymore. Not when he's doing this. Looking forlorn, as if he's failed a lot of people. One person in particular. With one last wave, I close the door behind me, leaving wishes of hope and a whole slew of unspoken remorse and concerns in the room. Oh, look, I hate this. I hate when these two fight. Zach volunteered to watch over Isabella while we're... Okay, wait a minute. Let me redo that. Excuse me. Zach volunteered to watch over Isabella while Rebecca got some rest. That night, Ashton and Rebecca visited and ended up in an argument over who should take over the watch from Zach. In the end, Rebecca stormed out and left an insistent Ashton to it. My apartment is a more than welcome sight after everything. Although it's small and begs for a little cleaning and repair, it is, at the end of the day, the closest I have to a respite. Sure, my sister would have a thing or two to say about the mess every time she visits, but it's still home to me. A mild draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind me, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. Most of them schedules, lists, and tasks for the next few days. Something to keep me busy while I sort things out. Sort myself out. And now with what happened to Isabella, something to temporarily take my mind off things. A lone note flutters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde Mansion, H. Wright, 11 a.m. After Ashton's warnings, they all hold a different meaning now. Wait. That's weird. That should be, like, right here. Why is it before this? Zachary headed straight home after a long day. A photo shoot with Hannah Wright at the Ermengarde mansion was on his schedule for tomorrow. After Ashton's warnings about the couple, he now felt anxious about the whole thing. Is this new? The next 2 days rush by in a blur, altogether leaving a collective mess of work suddenly piling up in new unexpected acquaintances. Or friends. Depends on how you look at it, really. Okay, so this is not new. Well, you know what I mean. A bit too forward for a married woman, maybe, but not as bad as what's on the tabloids. Not that I ever read those. Ashton would give me flack for just staring at one. Rubbish, he called them once. I think he's just pissed because they often put the local police in a bad light. Although with a life as public as the Wrights, no wonder it's the woman who often gets the crappy end of the stick. I can't help but feel sorry for her. She's a real nice person when given the chance. Heck, she might have even ended up friends with Rebecca and Isabella too if they weren't living worlds apart. Probably. Oh. God damn it. She was nice enough to ask after all, and was a good companion up until the awkward turn our little chit-chat had taken. Even if she didn't ask, I would have probably given her a few prints just for the hell of it. Miss Wright ain't such a bad subject matter to begin with. And maybe this is just me, but for someone who has everything in the palm of her hands, all the money in the world, a loving husband, and a plenty big mansion to call home, she's lonely. She doesn't just appear like it. It shows in the tone of her voice, how she moves, and most certainly in her smiles. Always hidden behind the glamour for the world to never see. Sometimes for people like her, small things like these help. A little reminder that the world can be kind too. Hello? Let's see, some of Hannah's shots. We read this, I remember. Alright, what did we choose for this? We chose to show it to Ash. Okay. So we're gonna have to show Hannah? Oh boy. I don't have an explanation for what I saw yesterday. Yet. But when you've been there, seen something enough to raise the hairs at the back of your neck or leave you wanting to flee or hide, finding a more solid proof than a person's smudged off face on a photo is the least of my concerns. Ashton will undoubtedly give me flack for saying that, or even considering Isabella's words and those silly tales about the place. The guy's a skeptic through and through. It'll take more than my account for him to even give this a single thought. However, more than his opinion, it's Miss Wright I'm concerned about. Surely she must have felt something if those shows on TV are to be believed. Surely she must have felt something if those shows on TV are to be believed. A touch of coldness on her neck, or maybe the feeling of being watched. That's what often happens, ain't it? Outside, the sun has yet to rise. I've still got a few hours before dawn. Good enough time to mull over how I'll go about warning her. Plenty of space to check if I'll get the same result if I redo the process again. The film processor hums back to life at my touch. The light switch gives out a soft click, and darkness embraces the small closet again.
Somehow those urban legends don't sound so silly now.
Alright, so this is new text. In hindsight, this was a dumb idea. And I don't think this is... okay. Just making sure. This is new. That is to say, rushing to a client I barely know's home first thing in the morning with news of a ghost lady potentially haunting their newly bought property. Oh, and there's a bunch of bizarre-looking pictures of Miss Hannah I brought as proof, too. So yeah, dumbest idea in the history of my dumb ideas, all things considered. Traveling to the outskirts of Anselm village at the crack of dawn with only my bike as company, equally so. Personally, I don't think any of them would take whatever I'm going to say well, no matter how nice or accommodating they are. Ashton himself would tell me the same thing. Odds are, he'd laugh at it in my face for good measure. If he doesn't freak out at me first for not listening to his warnings. Still, that's a whole separate can of worms I'll open at a different time, seeing as I'm already standing at the Wright's front porch, waiting for someone to answer the door. Is this the next day? There we go. I was like, why is it not going? More than anything, Miss Wright needs to know there's possibly nothing safe in this place. Warnings from friends be damned. Can I check to see? Okay.
If only someone would answer the door sooner. Come on.
I try to ignore the looming presence their large ornate doors give off as I press the doorbell for the 4th time. Its shrill ringing merely echoes, carried off by another warm passing breeze. The first time I came to this place, I found myself basking in the silence it offered. Now the atmosphere is just heavy, packed with trepidation and tension. Isabella's right. It does radiate the creepy kind of vibe. And with the image from the day before constantly flashing in my mind, the unease becomes harder to ignore as each second drifts by. Not wanting to spend more time here than necessary, I ring the bell again. Another long second ticks by without anyone answering the door. If this fails, I can always go to Ash. Not really the most sensible course of action either, but waiting here ain't doing me any good. For all I know, the Wrights could be out of town. As luck would have it, just as I'm about to turn on my heel, a loud thump rises from the other side. Uh-oh. It's followed by heavy footfalls and a string of very colorful expletives about one's parentage.
Didn't we have that bloody annoying doorbell replaced yesterday? That Irish guy just cost me a fortune and you can't even fix this nuisance.
I can't help but laugh every time Luke has these moments. I just can't help it. I think it's just because it's just like, bruh, imagine someone on the other side hearing this.
And where the hell is... Your eyes, if another pale-faced pram is pressing that blighted bell, I swear I'll cut them.
Hi! The door swings open, and a very irate Mr. Wright greets me. His partly rumpled appearance a clear testament to how early the hour is.
And who might you be?
That's right, they didn't meet, because in the last run-through we did, Luke and Zach did technically meet, and Luke called him an N-word straight to his face. So yeah, in this instance, we didn't even get to have that, so this is completely new.
I don't recall asking the movers to show up this early.
Bold of you to assume, sir! I was prepared to face Miss Wright, their butler more so. But Mr. Wright, I don't quite know what to make of him yet. Zach, he's a racist, run! I only caught sight of him yesterday as he was directing the movers. Although from how exasperated he sounded then, it seemed like more yelling was done than actual giving of directions. Needless to say, I like to believe those instances ain't all there is to the guy. Miss Wright, at the end of the day, did marry him. Standing before him like now, though, is a different story altogether. Despite the difference in our respective heights, he manages to make it appear like he is the one looking down at me, not the other way around. An apology instinctively forms in my mouth before anything else when he arches an eyebrow at my lack of response.
Well, that's not exactly why I'm here. Mr. Wright, yeah?
Right, of course, the one and only. And what can I do for you this fine morning? Have I seen you somewhere before? Bloody you peasants all look the same to me.
What the fuck?!
Yeah, I'm actually...
It doesn't matter, I don't care. I've got someplace important to be at today.
I just want to see your wife.
Just spit out what you want or be gone. I haven't got all day.
His eyes are sharp and expecting in spite of his indifferent tone. The very impression of someone whose sharp wits have served him well throughout life. The kind you have to carefully choose your words around. Disconcerting how a simple conversation can easily seem like a ruthless form of social maneuvering. I could see why Miss Wright would want to steer clear of it, if only for a short while. And sometimes the only way out of the game is to be honest. Huh. I'm a friend of Hannah, or I'm a photographer for luxury living. I'm gonna say this.
I'm a luxury living, sir.
Whoops, did not mean to do that. Okay. He eyes the business card I hand him with a completely passive expression. He turns it between his fingers without really reading the letters printed, before handing it back in the same blasé manner one usually reserves for people below their station. Or a nuisance. With him, it seems more the latter than the former.
Mr. Steele.
Just Zach would do, sir.
I can see why. You should hear what they say about my name. Although I'm of the opinion those don't sound as unpleasant as yours to the ear.
What the fuck?! What a piece of shit!
Amusing what people can come up with in their leisure time, no? Well then, to what reason do we owe this second visit, Zach?
Right, like I said earlier, I'm the photographer from Luxury Living. I'm here about the photo shoot yesterday and...
His eyes narrow at that, mouth tightening into a small frown, passive stance dissolving into a rigid one. It ain't a complete lie, what I came here for. But it ain't the whole truth, either.
Didn't you already wrap that one up?
Yes. Actually, sir, there was something I forgot to discuss with your...
And you had to show up at such an hour for something you forgot. Why wasn't there any notice about this little visit?
It was an error on my part, sir. I do apologize for not letting you know in advance.
Well, to be fair, you could just say, like, well, something unfortunately popped up that I couldn't give advance notice.
Terribly unprofessional for someone going under the name of an esteemed publication like Luxury Living, if you ask me.
Man, he really wants to talk about unprofessional? Okay.
Of course, even if there was a word of some sort, that butler does not check my emails as often as I would have liked. But straight up walking in here this early isn't the most sensible thing to do either.
The matter was a bit urgent, and my art director wanted it done as soon as possible before I hand him the finished prints.
Not my problem now, is it? A common courtesy would be to wait for replies before barging in. You do well to remember that.
Can I just see your wife, please, sir?
I once fired someone before they could even submit an application. Sent an email in the morning and suddenly sauntered in the office looking knackered mere hours after.
Again, I don't care for this.
Bloody Watkins. That aside, unfortunately, you're going to have to come back some other day. You see, darling wife left not a moment ago. I have not an inkling where she went, or when she'll be back, so you're better off.
Love, is it the movers?
Nice job! Whoops! He stops speaking altogether, and the complacent expression he has collapses on itself. Hi! Slowly, he turns just as his wife walks up to him with a step too lively for comfort, a smile too sweet to be honest. She's very likely heard everything her husband and I have talked about.
Going off somewhere.
I've got the few things I want them to transfer already. Marianne made this splendid arrangement for the music room and... Love, are you listening?
I thought you already left, Buttercup.
He's so mad. She musters a frown. A pout more like. The mischievous gleam in her eyes when she glances at me says all there is I need to know. I would have laughed at her antics if it wouldn't offend the other man. But as it is, it's better to let his wife have her fun without any reaction from me. I'm treading on dangerous ground with him already.
Well, I most certainly have not left yet. I wouldn't be standing here if I did, would I?
Of course you wouldn't be, darling. But don't you need to be somewhere else today? Something with Marianne? Shopping, girl things?
Girl things?
Oh, I'll be leaving in a few. Unless you want to join us.
No thanks, darling. I'm afraid my liver, it's killing me today. Ooh!
I thought as much. You needn't have to worry. I'll be gone in a few. It's just that I heard we have a visitor. What kind of person would I be if I didn't greet him before leaving?
A very gracious one, I'm sure.
Zachary, right? Zach? It's a pleasure to see you again.
Likewise, ma'am. I was actually looking for you.
Is that so? What for?
A huge display of unprofessionalism is what it's for.
Shush, darling. Let the man speak.
Thank you, hun.
I'm sure it isn't anything like that if he has to come all the way here, yes?
It's about yesterday. The photos you asked, I mean. The copies are ready, but...
My hand stills as I'm about to fish the prints out of my pocket. A short second passes that which strikes me how I didn't think this through at all. How I'll go about telling her regarding the strange photos, or revealing this to her in the presence of another person. Her husband gazing over us like a hawk doesn't provide any sort of comfort either. And just like that, all the words I've been practicing to say on the way here inevitably fall stiffly out of my mouth. Miss Wright must have noticed my hesitance, and because shortly, she gives her husband's arm a gentle squeeze, a tender smile gracing her face. Unlike the first, this one is meant to appease.
Love, I think Hansi might need some of your input for the final guest list. Could you check on him, please?
Bollocks! Why in all Luxborn do I have to be there? Doing tedious jobs of what he's being paid for?
Because if we end up with people whose faces you do not want to show up in our housewarming party, we won't be hearing the end of it. Unless a heavy dose of liquor's involved. You know what the doctor said about that. Please do poor Hansi and your liver a favor, hmm?
He can handle that on his own, Buttercup. And my liver is doing just fine.
I'm sure it is. But I don't know, love. I think I caught a glimpse of the name Mitch Lakes, was it? I think it was Mitch Lakes on it when I checked with Hansi earlier. You should see for yourself. It was quite a list.
She's like trying to get him to leave.
Who put that blighted twat in there?
And that's why I'm asking you to look over it before I do so tonight.
Very well.
But even with that promise, he doesn't appear ready to leave. Short of passing through their doors, he stops and glances back at me, all without bothering to hide the distrust in his eyes.
Luke, dear, I'll be fine. Go back to your butler. I'm not some pregnant wife you have to worry about.
Fine, fine. I have to go to that little ankle biter's career day later anyway. I don't see why I have to go there. Kylie's your goddaughter.
And yet, she has you around her little fingers, darling. That's basically the same thing.
If he ever has an answer to that, we don't get to hear it above the heavy thud the door makes, and Miss Wright's own weary exhale after she's sure her husband is out of earshot. She's nothing but apologetic when she fixes her gaze back to me, and I can't help but return the same to her.
I am so sorry you had to deal with that. My husband can be a bit trying when he really applied himself.
It's alright.
It's fine, Miss Wright. No harm done. It was my fault for showing up here unannounced. And this might be strange coming from me, but he does have the right to be wary. The press can be quite vicious when it wants to be.
Caught unexpectedly, they'll pick you apart. It's not surprising why he acted the way he did around me.
Sweetie, if Luke treats every journalist who shows up here like that, I'm afraid we'll end up with a harassment lawsuit hanging over our heads sometime in the future. Vicious or not, some sort of finesse has to be exercised when dealing with them. I'm sorry, I hope that wasn't too offensive.
Not at all, Miss Wright. Besides, I don't think an interior design magazine would be interested in who harassed who this week. Unless it has something to do with fighting over tastefully arranged furniture. But even then, I don't think our readers will be too interested.
Oh, dearie. You've got a lot to learn. You really have no idea how a single tassel can ignite a spark in a crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, at the end of the day, it's still the thought that counts. It's still a lovely anniversary gift for my husband. No matter. Let's just go.
She doesn't wait for an answer, and immediately wanders over a car parked some distance from us. Unsure, I find myself trailing after her. A chauffeur automatically opens the passenger side door as she nears, and she gestures for me to follow when she climbs into the back seat.
Where are we going exactly?
I need to get out of this stuffy house for a while. Moving in, planning the party. It's starting to get suffocating in there. Luke and Hansi can have their fun while I'm gone. I don't care. I'm getting out because I can. Another minute in there and I'll drown.
My bike.
There are, of course, a lot of things questionable about her invitation. Why she's asking a person she has only known for less than 2 days in the first place is one. How appropriate this is being another. But the rest of it crashes the moment she shoots me an imploring look.
Please? I can have someone send it back to your address later. And it's just a trip to the city for some furniture, nothing more, I assure you.
Dude, she is desperate for some companionship, man.
Marianne will be with us, and maybe you can tell me why you're here on the way.
Guess it wouldn't hurt. Might have to leave early, though.
Excellent, then. Hop in. That's what they often say, yes?
This can't be a good idea, but I really don't have any other choice, do I? Especially with the way her eyes light up when I agree to it. In my pocket, the very picture of her remains faceless. A voiceless shadow hanging threateningly between us, unknown to her. Look at this face! It's so pouty! He's such a poutster! Disturbed, Zachary decided to show the photographs to Hannah herself. He was greeted by a wary Luke Wright upon arriving at the mansion. Just in time, Hannah appeared to save Zachary from further interrogation. At her request, Zach accompanied her to Luxborn City. If someone told me I'd be spending my entire morning being dragged around half of downtown Luxborn looking for furniture, I probably would have simply smiled at them. Then perhaps even given them a good friendly pat on the shoulder and wished them a nice day. Not that I find anything wrong with this at all. On the contrary, this is most definitely a nice change of pace after weeks of getting bogged down by several freelance gigs and shutting myself inside my apartment whenever I can. If only the weather would be a whole lot nicer. The kind with less sun and more clouds, perhaps. With the mid-morning sun slowly beating down on us as high noon approaches, I can see why Mr. Wright skipped out on this trip. The bright side is, the whole thing seems to have put Miss Wright in a less somber mood. After the 5th store, her pace is considerably livelier, her gestures less guarded than the one she displayed at the mansion earlier. The presence of another person might have helped as well. Although Miss McCullough seems less predisposed to small talk, preferring to keep to herself most of the time and let Miss Wright lead us wherever. She did acknowledge me with a small nod when we were introduced earlier. But that didn't make standing outside the store together any less awkward while we wait for our client to finish her inquiry inside.
So, interior design, huh?
She casts me a sidelong glance before returning to her notes again, her pen scratching faintly against the paper in quick successive strokes. There goes that. I did say I'm not any good at starting or keeping conversations going, didn't I? She doesn't look back up again, and I take that as my cue to stop any attempt of striking a dialogue with her, and keep myself occupied with some other thing. Except what we have here is just Luxborn and its busy streets. People going about their day like normal. Cars moving in and out of sight heading to who knows where. Nothing remarkable, really. The ease with which a person can fade into the background here is reflective of the kind of city Luxborn will always be. But the humdrum's one thing I learned to live with. Needless to say, it doesn't usually stay that way. There are times when it would come alive, make itself known, and reassert itself back to the world. However, those those moments are few and far in between. Then again, with what graces the news channels lately, I'm starting to think it's going to happen sooner. Can't say I'm looking forward to what it'll bring.
Luxury living, is it?
Her voice effectively cuts through my thoughts just as I count the 13th passerby wearing a hat today. Beside me, I can hear the faint rustling of paper and the clicking of her pen as she stashes them back to her bag.
Excuse me, what?
The magazine you're working for. It's Luxury Living, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. You've been featured by them before, I take it?
A few years back, yes. For just some issues. My designs still appear from time to time, though not as frequent as before. Gotta have room for new talents, right?
It may not show in her face, but the pride is evident in her voice.
Good folks, the people running the publication. Tell me, is DK still on the editorial team?
I wouldn't know. I've only started taking jobs from them this year. Freelancer, you know.
Good man, that guy. Anyone in our field should meet him. He had a lot of things to say about art, all of them relevant. Learned a lot from him, actually, even if we both came from two different fields. I hope he's in a good place. I haven't talked to him in a while. Anyway, your portfolio must have been good if they gave you the job. They don't easily assign big features to freelancers like this.
I wouldn't say I am, but experience, you know? The more you practice it, the more you learn the tricks of the trade. That kind of stuff.
I know what you mean. Still, you've got to keep up with the competition. Each year, a new talent emerges, and, well, you never know. Clients can be a bit fickle-minded with their choices. Believe me. Speaking of, do you think you'd be up for a new client after this?
You asking?
I think so. Depends on how big the project is.
She reaches into her bag again. Oh! This time to pull out a business card, which she hands over to me.
When you're free, send your portfolio to Chris. He's my assistant.
Thanks!
He's been looking for a decent photographer to help with updating the studio's portfolio. Nothing urgent, but the sooner the better.
Not sure if I'll have the time to squeeze this in. But, alright, I'll give it a go once.
Marianne, could you look this over for me?
At that very moment, Miss Wright emerges from the store. When I look back to Miss McCullough, a mask of professionalism has returned to her. Or at least that's what it's trying to be. There's a different light in her eyes as she faces her, a flicker of familiarity and recognition. I'd say it's fondness, but that would be too presumptuous. Whatever it is doesn't last, and is briskly swept under the firm tone her voice assumes.
Definitely. Is there a problem?
They said they don't have the colors you suggested. Do you think we can change it around for a bit? It might take a while if we insist what we want, and you know I'd rather not worry about this later.
I think it'd be better if I handle this one myself. Excuse me.
She walks into the shop without another word, leaving the two of us standing outside. As soon as she's out of earshot, however, Miss Wright lets out a giggle and swipes the business card cleanly off my hand. She smiles, a bemused little thing spreading across her face, and waves the card in front of me. I wish she'd do that more often. The smiling thing. It suits her more than the other one she frequently shows to the media, sorry.
I look away, and the next thing I know, you're picking up women. On the streets, while the sun is high, no less. I'm not sure if I should be appalled or amazed.
That's not what I'm doing.
Whatever happened to the Zach I met a day ago? About as tall as you. Photographer. Quite the gentleman. To tell you the truth, I'm a bit disappointed he's gone.
It ain't like that, Miss Wright. And I'm sure Miss McCullough's not the kind of woman to let herself be picked up by strangers, let alone people she barely knows.
Oh, shush. Let me have my fun. And didn't I say you can call me Hannah?
She gives the card back to me, nevertheless, and with it, her mood fades into a more pensive one. An odd look settles on her face, yearning, a bit wistful, as she looks back towards the shop's display window. There's nothing remotely interesting in it for me when I follow her line of sight, though. A few trinkets here and there, a fur rug, a sofa, a wooden side table, and a lamp, all tastefully picked and arranged to resemble a typical antique living room. On second thought, it does look comfortable, but why they added a crib beside it baffles me. Unless, of course, the people they're hoping to market to are those who already have children, or about to have one, then maybe it is fitting. Peculiar choice of decorations aside, it does make for a nice icebreaker, if it's not on the same level of weird completely out of the blue. It's still leagues better than the awkward silence, which is definitely too out of character for a personality like Miss Hannah's. How should I start the conversation? Oh boy. Oh fuck me, I've been saving in the wrong thing like an idiot. Welp. Let's see. Do you think a crib would make a good gift? I think that one looks cute. Yeah, why not?
I think that one looks cute.
Nice! Hannah balks, to my surprise, shuffling 2 steps away from the window, and it glares at it with such vehemence, as if it did something remotely scandalous. A funny sight when taken out of context, and I probably will be laughing, really, if I understood what warranted such reaction from her.
I wasn't looking at the crib.
I wasn't really talking about the crib, Hannah.
Very good, then. But it wasn't the crib, all right.
Alright, I get you. But that's not it. Honest. I was just saying the stuff that was on display there looks nice. Or at least as nice that it can be compared to the ones we visited earlier. But I'm sure your interior designer has something different in mind for your mansion, so don't mind me.
I was hoping that would be enough to cut the topic short. Instead, she sighs, leans on the wall closest to her, and runs her hands through a lock of her hair. There's a far-flung look in her eyes even as she fixes it on the concrete curb.
You need to stop looking at people like that, sweetie.
I'm afraid I don't quite catch your drift, ma'am.
I suppose you wouldn't be aware of it. Do you know you always carry this kind of phase? Like you're always staring at the world with this honest look. Like all there is to see is all the good in it.
Frankly, I don't see anything wrong if it's like that. I mean, there always has to be something in it. You know, a sprinkle of kindness here and there. Otherwise, we'd all be miserable.
For you, maybe. Some people have to fight through it just to see that. And kindness isn't always a great thing to have around. Sometimes too much of it can hurt.
It makes you wonder where this is coming from. How bad things have really gone for her to have this view. I do understand her sentiment. Really, I do. Still, when it's the last thing you can cling to when things have gone irreversibly bad, sometimes you simply don't get to make a choice.
Besides, the point is, it's impossible to lie when a person is looking at you like that. Or I could, but I'd feel like a horrible person afterwards. Did you hear that, Mr. Zack? You just made me feel like a horrible person.
I didn't mean to.
I sort of wish I had one like it. Just so people would stop lying to my face.
Oh, Hannah.
Or you can start by being honest with yourself. It shouldn't be quite hard. Friends don't lie to each other, don't they?
I guess so.
So what was the lie?
She draws in a breath, lays a soothing hand to her stomach, and...
That it was really the crib I was looking at earlier, silly!
Is she pregnant?
You're right, Uncle Zack. It's cute, but the pattern's not to my taste. I'm pretty sure Marianne could do something about that, though.
I thought we settled this last year that she wasn't pregnant. But still, at the very least, we know for a fact that children are on her mind. She wants kids.
At the moment, what I should really be worried about is if I'm ever going to be a good mother to this child. Ned, I can't even tell the father
Oh!
to be one in a few months' time.
She is pregnant? Oh, shit!
Probably doesn't even want anything to do with this whole pregnancy thing. What am I going to do, Zach? Because right now, I'm absolutely at a loss.
She is actually pregnant. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Just like, yeah, exactly! A beat.
Oh.
I feel it on a level! The realization strikes me like a ton of bricks suddenly bearing down on me. More than astonishment must have shown on my face, because Hannah lets out a chuckle, the slump on her shoulders disappearing altogether underneath her mirth.
Don't look so surprised, dearie. Tied the knot 7 years ago, remember? Don't you think it's bound to happen?
She brandishes her hand in front of me, the unassuming silver band on her finger glinting against the late morning sunlight for a second. She eyes it lovingly, almost tenderly, despite the trace of sadness in her voice. For all I know, there's an entire story there. I'd ask, but that would be too inappropriate even for friends. It's not my place to meddle to begin with.
Or at least that's what they've been saying early on. My whole social circle would be saying it's a long time coming.
But the kid is something you want, right? Because if it ain't, then that's a whole other problem.
Of course. I wouldn't deny I've been hoping to have him or her for a long time now. But then, now that we're here, all of a sudden, there are a whole lot of other things to be worried about. Business, a new home, public image, my own husband, and I don't know. I didn't really have anyone for a role model. I practically grew up with nursemaids pampering me every step of the way. What if it happens to this baby as well? Oh, I can already see how this will end.
Huh. I guess it's not just my sister.
What?
You and my sister. I mean, you're both having jitters or something like that. That's what it's called, right? First baby jitters? Mind you, she was really convinced she'd do everything wrong then. He even called me in the middle of the night. Asked to switch places the day she found out she's carrying a new member of the family. Never mind how utterly impossible her request is.
I'm quite sure I haven't done anything of that sort yet.
Oh, you don't know that? My brother-in-law has been telling me things 5 weeks into my sister's pregnancy. Since she's one cranky pregnant lady. Man, good thing I found a place for myself years before that bundle of joy arrived, huh?
It can't be that awful.
Who knows? I think we'd better leave it for Mr. Right to decide, yeah?
Provided he comes around. He just sounds so repulsed every time the idea is brought up.
Okay, is she pregnant or is she not? I'm confused.
Then maybe you should say it to his face. No mincing of words or beating around the bushes.
And if he says no?
You haven't even told him yet. Besides, that's his kid. Don't people usually say fatherhood changes men?
Not like that, though. Like, you should... Like, moral of the story, you shouldn't have kids if you and your partner don't want any. Like, you shouldn't have kids just in the hopes that your partner will maybe want one. No, don't fucking do that. Like, that's not gonna work 90% of the time.
I wouldn't call myself a living testament, of course. But there ought to be something that will hit him in that idea alone.
A wrecking ball would be nice.
Laughter escapes me before I can stop it. And for a moment, I thought I've done something wrong when she doesn't join in. He's still her husband no matter what jests or complaints she hurls about him behind the media's eyes, or in the presence of people she trusts. But when she does, her chuckle, a small hesitant sound at first, I find the rest of my unease slipping away.
Well, whatever it is, my point is, you've got no idea what will happen. In the same way, you don't know if you'll be a good mom. Trust me, My sister's been there. It's perfectly normal. If, my opinion matters, though?
A long second of indecision goes by. I can feel her eyes, filled with nothing but curiosity, boring into me while she waits for the rest. It's just a simple sentiment, but one thing I think she needs to hear for all the doubt she unwittingly places her on herself. I'm just not sure if it should come from me. I'll be damned.
I think you'll be a great mother, Hana.
Aww. If she has an answer to that, I don't get to hear it, nor does she get to say it. As soon as it's out of my mouth, the bell hanging over the antique store's door chimes, and out comes Miss McCullough. For more than one reason, I've never been so relieved our talk got interrupted.
Everything's been taken care of for tomorrow, Mrs. Wright. We'll have everything you requested delivered early. I've left them instructions, but I may have to visit again right before your housewarming party to check for a few things. I hope that's acceptable to you?
More than Marianne. This is a little early to say, but you did marvelous work with the mansion. I can't wait to see all of it come together tomorrow.
I'm only doing my job, ma'am. Needless to say, it's always a pleasure to hear a client is satisfied with my work.
Nonsense! You have every reason to be proud. I know you've already established your name here, but I'll still make sure word gets out, of course. I think I've got a few friends who might be interested in decorating their homes. I'll see if I can introduce you to them tomorrow.
I really don't want to impose, Mrs. Wright. There's still a lot to be done, and I'd rather be keeping an eye on it myself.
You know well enough I'll still do it. You too, Monsieur le Photographe. You better be the one taking the pictures for the event tomorrow, or I'll be very upset.
I blink at her, confused. Last I checked, I have nothing scheduled on my plate tomorrow. A couple of fleeting thoughts did cross my mind, like working on personal projects. Or paying the hospital a visit to check on Isabella in the morning. But with the expectant expression on Hannah's face alone, I've wondered before how they got Isabella to sell them the mansion, with all the paperwork and the loops it had to go through. Well, now the how is already standing in front of me, and it's one giant ball of persuasion in human form. If I have any doubts how she got around life, all of them have been dispelled right this instant. Hannah hasn't said anything yet, but I already know what my answer will be.
What event?
Our housewarming party, dearie. I've already sent invites through your publisher. They should have informed you of it by now.
I may have probably missed it. I haven't gotten the chance to check my mailbox yet. Deadlines, real-life happenings, you know, they can be pretty hectic. I'll try later, but they might have already assigned it to a different photographer if they haven't received my reply yet.
That's not a problem. Nothing a little call from me can't fix. I'll have them know I'm specifically requesting for your presence. It shouldn't be too hard.
Man, she is really digging into Zach right now.
Just promise me you'll show up. I expect to see you both there. No excuses.
Good company, good music, good food. Of course I'll be there.
Lovely. I hope we have that settled then. I'd love to stay and chat, but unfortunately I have an appointment scheduled with the doctors after this. You two will have to excuse me.
Are you feeling fine, ma'am?
It's nothing big.
It's just a baby, no big deal! There's a short while in which her hand faintly touches her stomach when she says this. Her smile, as she does so, a tender thing in itself. She might never let it cross her mind, but motherhood would suit her. The kid is already loved even when they have yet to have a sense of the world. Candid moments like this, I wish I had brought a camera for.
Sorry we had to cut this short. I'd love to have lunch with you two, but, well, you two know how it goes.
It's quite fine, Mrs. Wright. I need to get going as well.
Is it somewhere far from here? I can have my driver drop you off on the way.
No, please. There's no need for that, Mrs. Wright. It's just within the city.
I see. What about you, Zach? We did leave your push bike at the mansion. Don't worry, I'll have someone bring it to your home later.
Nah, I live within the city too. A few blocks from here, in fact. I only visited earlier because...
The photos. Damn, I've completely forgotten about them. My hand grazes the side of my pocket where I've kept them since this morning. And sure enough, they're still there, waiting for the whole world to see them.
Because? Zach, sweetie, you're zoning out.
Miss Hannah, earlier, at the mansion?
Should I still show her the photos? Listen, we came all this way here. I refuse.
I think it would be better if you take a look at these yourself.
Pretty as a picture. Oh, fuck me. No! Listen, it's not the first time. Seeing is believing, right? I reach into my pocket and pull out the photos, handing everything to her. Recognition flickers across her eyes when she reaches for them, and I have to stamp down the tiny twinge of regret in my stomach for having the gall to show it to her. Only it cuts deeper the instant both her and Miss McCullough's expression changes. And it's not a good look. To say she's repulsed would be a total understatement. All this time, Hannah has been nothing but direct, saying what she feels, expressing what she wants. Away from the glamour and the camera lenses, she's a whole different person. But as she goes through each of the pictures, I can't get an easy read on her.
Zach, dearie, what is this?
Your photos. The ones you requested copies of. I mean, they came out that way, and I thought you should know.
Oh, I get it. You know, I've heard before that artists can be a bit weird.
Not with photographs.
Have you ever gotten that kind of comment, Marianne?
Not in my line of work, I'm afraid. Or ever, Mrs. Wright. I'd rather keep my personal hobbies away from my actual work. Less stress that way.
Well, I suppose it just never crossed my mind that the saying applies to you as well, Zach. But talent's what's important, As long as you make good art, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, that's... You see, when we had that photo shoot yesterday, there was something.
I wouldn't say I don't appreciate it. I did ask for copies, darling.
That's not...
But would it be possible for you to give me normal-looking ones? Preferably with my head intact. I admire the effort you took to edit this, though.
How would I...
It looks authentic.
Honey, I literally had these in a dark room.
Frankly, if I show this to some other person, they'd probably believe those silly rumors about the mansion. Good publicity, but not the kind I'd want for my new home. So please.
She drops them back in my hands like their very surface burned hers.
If you could redo this, that would be wonderful. I'm positive you can do a better job than the one you just showed. Just try to keep the edits to a minimum,
Yeah. I can, sure.
You can take your time, of course. And speaking of time, I really must go.
She leaves without so much as a wave. I don't have to take a guess to know I've dismayed her, or in her own words, weirded her out. Beside me, Miss McCullough shakes her head. What are the odds I've also ruined my chances with the job she offered earlier? Very high, I'd say. It's a foolish idea in the first place. Miss McCullough departs shortly after Miss Wright has taken her leave, muttering something about getting a quick lunch before fetching Baruthiel from Chris. At Luxbourne City, Zachary and Hannah met with Marianne McCullough. While Marianne was busy, Hannah disclosed her pregnancy and her frustrations to Zach. At the end of their talk, Zachary showed her the photos, which earned the disapproval of both women. I don't know what or who a Baruthiel is. It must be important for her to be in this kind of hurry. It's a cat. And, well, she doesn't seem to be fond of small talk. Something we can both agree on. Lunch sounds good, or a walk around the city maybe? But with the sun as high as it is now, nah. And after how things with Miss Hannah went, I simply can't muster the appetite for anything at the moment. If I don't do anything with it now, I have this impression it will rear its ugly head again. And by then, things might be too late to fix. I, made that mistake with Isabella. Look where that got us. What other choice do I have? Ash? Rebecca? In all likelihood, all they give me is a pat on the back and a Z-man go get some sleep, you're at it again from Ash. There is one person, though.
Damn, I should have thought of that first.
Oh! We're in the cathedral! As it turns out, I do have another choice. I'm not a religious person. I wouldn't identify myself as such. Or rather, I can't. Sure, my grandparents didn't have to force me to go weekly. I'd happily join them. In fact, most of my childhood Sundays have been spent attending service. It's simply that, as you get older, the more experiences you get, forming your own beliefs on things becomes easier, for the lack of a better word. And at one point, it just stopped. That kind of thing. Nevertheless, I hold no disdain for it. Sometimes it does help. When things are really, really bad. When the dreams won't stay where they should be. Talking does. A bit. It's also a good thing Father Norman's... well, he's not completely the pious man you typically expect. My unlikely friendship only probably happened because he's the kind of guy who's cool with the young ones, as he so aptly puts. And he is, surprisingly. It makes him easy to approach. Maybe he has something to say about the photos as well. It won't hurt since I've already gone ahead and went to Anselm. At daybreak. On my bike. At the very least, I know I won't get shouted at by whoever answers the door.
Unless someone does that inside a church. I highly doubt it.
Despite its age, the Luxborn Church is a thing of wonder in itself, with its high vaulted ceilings and intricate stained glass windows. One of the many gifts the Ermengarde family donated to the community in its early days. Really? So they're responsible for this church? Alright. Okay. That's interesting. Or so I heard from Rebecca. She mentioned this once, although most of it flew over my head then. At this time of day, the church is mostly empty, save for a few visitors and ushers shuffling about, some muttering their prayers under their breath. The scene of burning candles and incense permeate... I'm assuming that's supposed to be scent. The scent of burning candles and incense permeate the air, giving the place a general feeling of reverence. Pretty welcoming all in all. Even so, I keep the noise my treads make to a minimum. Disturbing the quiet feels like a sin alone. An usher points me to a pew in front of the altar when asked where Father Norman prays. He mentions something about the good priest not being in good health. Ever since he was asked by a couple to bless their new home before moving in. This is the first time in days he's left his room. No surprise there. With the weird heat lately, even Rebecca caught something. Nervous little chap, the kid. Nevertheless, he leads me close to the foot of the dais, with a reminder not to stay too long before walking off. Seconds later, Father shifts and stands. He doesn't seem to have noticed me, and I have to give him a little tap on the shoulder. When he looks, though... To say he's surprised is an understatement.
Stay away.
Oh, shit! It's me, Father! Oh, that's terrifying. His voice comes out a whisper, almost inaudible in the hush, a quiet restraint and deference to where we both are standing. But the tremor is there. He focuses on me with wide, bulging eyes, copious amounts of sweat appearing on his forehead, despite the relative coolness of the place.
Father Norman? Keep your distance.
Hey, it's me, Zach, remember?
Stay away, don't come near me.
It must be the fever talking, or whatever he caught. It has to be. I don't recall ever doing anything for him to drive me away like this. In all the years I've known him, he's been nothing but polite, nothing but accepting of people regardless of beliefs or status in life. For words akin to a threat to come out of him, it's simply beyond unimaginable.
Go back to where you came from. Leave.
Father, what did I do?
Leave, now!
I extend a hand to his shoulder, meant to be reassuring. But he recoils, his ankle catching on the edge of the die as he backs away. His shout when I attempt to reach out again echoes through the entire hall, catching the attention of the few people inside. I try to keep a level tone, but with these strangers' eyes trained on us, panic starts to weave its way into me.
Stay away, demon! Go back to the hell you came from!
Father, it's okay. I only came here for some pictures I thought looked odd. I figured you might know something.
From my pocket, I fish out the photos and try to hand it to him. Instead, he strikes my wrist away, almost like an accusation, and sends the photographs fluttering uselessly to the floor. Helpless, I can only watch as he curls into himself on the ground. A sad, blubbering mess whimpering to himself. He tips his head forward and begins rocking, his hands clapped over his ears.
That accursed spirit, so full of anger and pain. All those horrible things I've seen. I can't sleep, can't eat everywhere I look. Go away, go away. Go away. You're not supposed to be here. This is a house of God. Be gone, demon. Lord have mercy, God, our Lord, King of ages, all-powerful and almighty. You who made everything and transform everything simply by your will.
Holy shit. Disappointed because he wasn't able to accomplish his mission with Hannah, Zachary went to his friend, Father Norman, for advice. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the priest vehemently pushed Zach away, yelling curses and calling him a demon. A number of people have moved closer, mostly just to gawk. Thankfully, as if to save him from being an utter spectacle, 2 ushers come out, taking him away. One of them, the kid from earlier, shoots me an apologetic look. I can't even return it to him. Anxiety is a powerful thing. A firm little notion that clings, eats, and consumes you. I could still hear his prayers even as they drag him away.
May he keep at bay and vanquish every evil power, every poison or malice invoked against us by corrupt and envious people. Then under the protection of your authority may we sing in gratitude.
Holy shit. It rings, hums in me as I'm left to pick up the pieces of this chaos. Back to square one we go. If there's salvation in this, I hope we find it soon. The moon is well into the night sky by the time I make it back home. My heavy treads and the sound of traffic outside echoing in my ears, filling the empty room with some semblance of life. Nana would scold me if she ever hears me walk like that, but after today, I really can't give a damn about everything. The mattress creaks under my weight as I unceremoniously flop down onto it, and I find myself looking at the paper under my grip. As promised, Miss Wright had my bike delivered back to my apartment. Found it parked in the rack downstairs with an invitation and a note tacked to it, in fact. Be there, it said. If only it were that easy, but it'll give me a chance to talk to her. About that thing in their house. With a sigh, I let my hand fall to the side of the bed along with the invitation. I'll think about it tomorrow, when my head ain't muddled with thoughts of a headless woman and the haunting smiles of a ghost. Belatedly, it occurs to me I haven't eaten anything since I left this morning. And an empty, gnawing ache makes itself known, but I can't bring myself to stand up. Today was a complete waste of time, and frankly, a disappointment. I don't like this. The lack of certainty, the disquiet, the lack of stable ground to stand on, the part where I don't know what will come tomorrow. Ever since that damn letter, everything has been thrown out of the loop. I wish everything stayed the same. Routine would have been easier to make sense of than this. Closing my eyes, I let the noise from the streets below lull me to sleep. At the very least, that's the one thing that hasn't changed. Alright. Alright, I think now is a good time to end this because my back is aching and we're 5.5 hours into this. I am curious to see, like, what we've gotten. Oh, I was like, what? Receive an alarming phone call from Ash. It's me, Father! Pay a visit to Father Norman. Oh, here we go. Pretty as a picture. Show the photo shoot pictures to Hannah. We're 38%, guys! Woo! Wow, we got almost 97 of the backgrounds. 72% of item sprites. Still got a little bit of this to go. I'm surprised we still haven't gotten more of these. Alright. Alright. Let's get this pulled up. Let's get the post stream started. My back is fucking aching. God, 13 fucking viewers. Jesus. 13 viewers, sorry. 13 views, I meant. And now we get to have one of my favorite tracks again. Yay. Gotta wait for it to come up. Oh, my back is aching. God. $360? Why am I on $360? I should be on $480. me check real quick. Why is it saying I'm on 360? I should be on 480. Huh. Anyway, how was that for the first stream back? But yeah, how was that for the first stream of the letter back? Honestly, I'm kind of really like it. I don't know how the story's gonna change out here, because it's like, Isabella's in a coma, on the verge of death, and Hannah's not insane this time around. And we did find out that, yeah, she is most definitely pregnant. So that's a little terrifying, honestly. But regardless, we did shit. We got far in this stream. All because of that fucking skip button. I just hope everyone liked it. Whoops. I keep fucking up. Anyway, so the next stream is obviously going to be in a couple days on the 10th of October. And we're going to be continuing on more with this. So I hope you all will come back to watch that with me. Alright, I need to start wrapping up because my back is aching. I need to get up. So, thank you all for watching me tonight. Hope you all enjoyed it. And as I said before, the next stream of the letter will be on Sunday night at the usual time of 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. So the only things I have left to say are, have a good night, a good couple days, and I'll see you all again for more of the letter. And shall we find out more of Ermengarde Mansion? Have a good night and stay safe, everybody. After all, I need viewers here. We have to pass on the curse somehow,